Hello. I think this is working. Let's just see who is around. I'm just watching the chat to see when everyone says hello, and hopefully they can hear me. Watching the chat. Right, people are saying hello. Right, good, excellent. Okay, so welcome to the Drydock episode 161 live segment. So as the description says, and those of you who are frequent viewers will know, first things first, we'll be going through the alternate history and other similar Patreon questions from that past month, from August, and then we'll get on to super chats and questions from general chat as well. But before it disappears, because it has an annoying habit of doing so, I will quickly cover Michael O'Brien's one, which says it's March 1936. The Admiralty has decided to overhaul one aspect of the Navy. You've chosen to pick which aspect to change. Well, I mean, in an absolute ideal world, 36, is that late enough? In an absolute ideal world, I think if I had one single thing that I could change, it would be to accelerate the development of the 4.5-inch gun as a dual-purpose weapon for destroyers, and if I could, without massive disruptions, probably stop the production of the 5.25-inch gun in anything but the Didos. So the King George V would then have Queen Elizabeth or Renowned style 10 4.5-inch guns in twin mounts on either side, rather than the 5.25s, because then that would mean also that the later destroyers, so the big destroyers, the J, K, L, and the Tribals, in theory could all have dual-purpose 4.5s. So if I was only given one aspect of the Navy that I could change, it would be that. Right. So, Frank's Bazaar saying, can we hear you say hello, Governor? All right then, hello, Governor. In my horrific attempt at a London accent, which is funny considering I live at the edge of London and have done for pretty much my entire life, but there you go. Well, anyway. Right, so let's get onwards and upwards with the Patreon questions. Colin Williams says, someone had a super chat question about something ancient Egyptian Navy. Well, unfortunately, it has gone past that. I can't actually see that at the moment. So if someone can remember it and send it to me, then great. But other than that, I say we'll get on with the questions for the minute. So, yeah, and just in case everyone's wondering, yeah, the reason this is late is about half of London's train network is not working today. And apparently everyone also decided today was the day to go into London, which I don't understand quite why. So, yeah, trying to, instead of taking an underground train and then a direct train home, I ended up walking for half an hour, then taking 3 separate trains across London. The DLR, for those of you who know what I'm talking about, the DLR, 2 underground trains, and then fetching up finally at London Bridge Station, which is where I wanted to be in the first place. But there you go. Charlotte, what did I do to the trains? I didn't do anything. They did that themselves. Right, so anyway, Maraxis asks, what are your 3 top or possibly bottom acts of naval incompetence that don't involve a David Beatty? Top 3 acts of naval incompetence. Well, if I had to pick from across the range, I would say, actually, one of the ones that's going to be one of the ones that I'd probably actually put right near the top would be Admiral Villeneuve deciding to sail for Trafalgar. And that's not any particular mark against the French. It's particularly against Villeneuve because pretty much the only reason Villeneuve sailed at all was because he knew he was about to be replaced. His replacement was on his way from Paris. Villeneuve heard about it, and he didn't want to lose face, even by being relieved because he wasn't doing what Napoleon wanted him to do. And so he took his fleet out, and then as soon as he saw Nelson's fleet bearing down on him, tried to get everyone to go back again, which left them in possibly the single worst position they could be in for Nelson's fleet to come after them. So, that was good for the Royal Navy, wasn't quite so good for the Franco-Spanish Navy. So I'd say, throwing away the central core of your nation's battle fleet, basically in a fit of spite and pique, probably pretty bad. Then, what else would you have? Yeah, knocking BT out of the running does take out most of my usual ready go-tos, to be perfectly honest. Think. Other really bad judgments. See, the problem is a lot of stuff that would be very easy to say is a really bad naval judgment, like, say, attacking America at Pearl Harbor, was not strictly a call of the naval officers who had to undertake it. It was very much a political decision, so it's not really the naval officers being incompetent, it's just the naval officers being given a bad hand. They're keeping it within the Channel's time period. Well, not having a half-decent guard for the Medway is probably up there as well, for the Dutch raid on the Medway. That's a pretty bad oversight. If you know the Dutch fleet is at sea, which they did, and you know the Dutch fleet is headed for the Medway, which they did, not bothering to actually, properly man the coastal defences and not putting more ships ready for action in a position to stop the raid from happening, that probably deserves a fairly big rap over the knuckles. And to be honest, Frank Sposato, basically, when the best time to start posting super chats is probably around about the time when I say we've got a few more questions left, because otherwise I'm just going to have to be copying them and hoping I spot them on as this chat scrolls past. John Rodriguez, how about Admiral Wright about the Battle of Tassafaronga? Yes, it's certainly up there. The only reason it wouldn't be in my top 3 is because of the scale of the disaster. Although it was very bad for that particular engagement, it wasn't very, very bad from an overall tactical perspective. It's not like Wright managed to lose multiple carriers or something like that. I think the other one will probably have to be generally Pearl Harbor. Not because of the specifics of what happened on the day, but because, as we've covered in previous videos and questions, the US Navy in exercises had attacked Pearl Harbor multiple times in the 1930s, and every single time had shown pretty much what actually happened on December 7th, 1941 would happen. And the higher-ups in the US Navy ignored it. And then you had Taranto, and after Taranto, US naval officer who was observing aboard the British fleet wrote back and said, this can happen. Torpedoing in shallow water, this is a thing. We should probably think about this. And again, got completely ignored. So it's not. I don't engage with the conspiracy theories of Roosevelt knew that Pearl Harbor was going to happen or something like that. But as an organisation, the US Navy had been informed in both exercises and by operational realities that an attack on Pearl Harbor was entirely possible and was likely to be very successful. And then, they did nothing about it, and a lot of people paid the price. Those would probably be my top 3. There are others, like Grey Ghost is pointing out, Halsey leaving Leyte Gulf unguarded and all sorts of things like that. And as was pointed out earlier, Admiral Wright Tassafaronga, blogs for pointing out Blucher's captain thinking that Oskborg Fortress was unmanned. But the thing is, all of those, whilst individually fairly major acts of incompetence, they didn't have the same level of impact as some of these much, much bigger ones did. You know, for all the fact that the individual engagements were disastrous, it wasn't those smaller engagements weren't going to lose that particular side the war, whereas some of these bigger ones could have potentially have a very marked effect on what's going on. Megascro, the little screen there, unfortunately, it is on absolute minimum background lighting. I literally can't turn it down any further than that, and I think the only other way to address that would be to have, I don't know, probably put floodlights on in here or something. So we'll have to see how that all goes. Right, so continuing on with the Patreon questions. Jeff Clark, this is similar to one I think that was in the last live stream. How credible do you find the idea that instead of simply being another Queen Elizabeth, HMS Agincourt would instead be some kind of super battle cruiser? Dr. Clark, who I believe is in the chat somewhere, made the point in his channel that small tube boilers and 18-inch guns were available for Fisher to play with during World War I, which implies that both had been ordered pre-war, perhaps to equip Agincourt. Yeah, Agincourt's one of these great unknowns, because it's this standalone Queen Elizabeth. As I say, I've mentioned this before. It's a standalone Queen Elizabeth. We do know it was not going to be ordered to exactly the same specs as the previous ones. We do know that. It's not a repeat. It's going to be modified in some form. But what modification that's going to be, this is the thing that's kind of an open question. Because you've got a couple of alternate design options that almost made it into being the Queen Elizabeth that they could have followed. You've got the theoretical concepts that for the versions that Canada was going to order. They could have gone with one of those. There's a whole bunch of extra stuff, as you said, like small tube boilers, much larger caliber guns that could have been made available. And the thing is, whilst, saying, we're going to replace the machinery and we're going to jump 3 inches on the guns might sound somewhat unbelievable when it's called a Queen Elizabeth on the listing, the fact is, at this period in particular, the British did this quite a lot generally, but especially in this period, the British absolutely loved calling experimental and developmental things by code names that made them appear to be much more mundane. So the 13.5 inch was originally the 12-inch -50 experimental, and the 15 inch was the 13.5 inch experimental. In both cases, there was never a 13.5 inch experimental gun. There was never a 12-inch 50 caliber experimental gun. Those guns already existed, but there was no further experimental version of. It was conceived right from the start that they were going to be the next caliber up. But it was put out that, it's this experimental pre-existing weapon specifically to throw everybody off. The same way with the Invincible class. Whilst they didn't outright say it was going to be an armoured cruiser with a uniform 9.2 inch gun main battery, they laid on some pretty heavy hints that this was going to be the case. And then, of course, it turned out that the Invincibles were 12-inch armed. So it was a particular love of the British at this point to say, this is a thing, and it's like this other thing that we've done earlier, but just very slightly varied or experimental, whilst actually then working on something completely and utterly different, and considerably more powerful. So between the relative lack of information we've got at the moment on what they were actually going to do, and the various things that they did have in play, it is entirely possible that I think small tube boilers definitely they are very likely to have been a thing that they were considering equipping for it. Almost certainly. Jellicoe, as I said before, wanted them on the Queen Elizabeth. He didn't get them because shipyards persuaded him otherwise. You've got the Revengers. They were slower anyway, so they didn't need them. But a one-off ship to test small tube boilers, that is, I would say, fairly likely, much greater than 50-50 odds that that's the case. The exact armament, that's a little bit more up in the air, because we know there were 16-inch guns around. There were some slightly weird calibers slightly above that, and there were 18-inch guns under development. So it could have been bigger armament. It could have been more 15-inch guns, whether in an extra turret, Iron Duke style, or in triple turrets. It could have been all of those things, but the armament side is a bit more up in the air, because we know, as I say, what they could have done, but we have very little idea or indication as to exactly where they would have gone. So at that point, 18-inch gun, 28-knot Queen Elizabeth variant is not, there's nothing to say it wouldn't have been that. All the things that are available are there. Richard Scrabble asks, in the late 1930s, the Scots and Scottish Diaspora agree to fund a new ship for the Royal Navy. They have two requirements. It must be a capital ship and it'll be named HMS Iron Brew. What do you build? If it's the late 1930s, probably another Vanguard. And because it's fully funded, probably actually that gets built quicker than the actual HMS Vanguard. So so I think at that point you'd probably, for the HMS Iron Brew, you'd probably end up using the refurbished gun turrets that Vanguard was going to have, which does have some interesting implications for Vanguard itself, because for Vanguard, now it doesn't have those turrets available. Potentially the 1942 ideas of trying to convert it into a carrier might have a bit more traction, because they don't have any 15-inch guns immediately available. Or potentially they might pull, the worst condition R-class off the line at that point and say, we're just going to strip its guns off and refurbish them. Which would be interesting if the Royal Navy ended up with a couple of Vanguards for the trouble. Megascrow asks, alternate history. If practical military attack, search and rescue transport helicopters came about in the interwar years, how would this have affected carrier development? For instance, would we see helicopter carriers or mixed carriers, i.e. helicopters and aircraft? Escort carriers probably would have become... Actually, no, escort carriers wouldn't have become pure helicopter carriers. I was about to say they might be, because a helicopter would probably be much better at anti-submarine warfare, but then I remembered, at least in the early to mid-war period, you've got to deal with things like the Condor as well. So there would be a need for fighters, but you might then get on an escort carrier 1 or 2 fighters, probably some variant of Wildcat, and instead of carrying things like Swordfish, they might then carry a balance of helicopters. Plus, also, without the need for catapult launches and landing decks and everything, some of the larger merchant ships, instead of being converted into merchant aircraft carriers, you might see a lot more individual ships armed or equipped with just a small landing pad to allow a helicopter to operate from them, and then relatively minimal supplies, just basic spares and fuel and munitions, and that might then allow you to have a much more distributed anti-submarine warfare net, because instead of having your escort carrier and that's your entire air support, you might have the escort carrier, which might then be operating somewhat light on aircraft, maybe just a couple of fighters, 2 or 3 helicopters, and a lot of fuel and stores, for it, at least for its size. And then you could distribute another half dozen plus helicopters throughout the convoy, and then if they do need to do some proper replenishment or maintenance, they can go to the escort carrier and do that. But you've got these multiple flight decks operating everywhere. The other thing is, especially if you're using them for a recon and ASW, you might very well end up seeing cruisers and battleships scrapping the idea of float planes. Now, some, where they need the aircraft more for recon than anything else, Germans, for example, maybe some cruisers, they might still stick with the float planes because they're going to be faster and longer range. But for ships they're expecting to use spotting aircraft mainly for local recon and full of shot spotting and maybe a bit of anti-submarine warfare, those ships will probably switch over to helicopters, which is then going to be another relatively interesting thing, because the amidships positioning of aircraft, which most navies followed, is in most ways optimal for float planes and other fixed-wing aircraft, but is not very good for rotary wing, whereas the USN's approach of, towards the end of the late 1930s, of sticking aircraft on the tail, on the stern, that's actually probably going to be much, it's going to be seen as being having much more forethought, because that is pretty much the ideal place to land helicopters. So you might see this movement of aircraft handling facilities, especially on things like battleships, moving from amidships to the stern in a lot more navies a lot sooner than historical. David B asks, toying with an idea in Spring Shop, what if Germany used the Graf Spee design as their basis of a heavy cruiser and standardised on it, hypothesising they develop a quad 8-inch turret with the same barbette diameter as the 1111, so that it's a 16,000-ton cruiser, heavy cruiser with two quad 8-inch turrets, one fore, one aft, with a speed of 30.5 knots, better use of displacement, 6-inch starboard. Retooling it as a cruiser killer dash commerce raider. Would this have allowed them to have more effective cruiser forces and perhaps squeezed a fighter carrier or two out? Okay, so a quad 8-inch turret is theoretically doable. A German quad turret is going to be absolutely immense, but I guess dropping 3 inches to add an additional gun, you might just about get it on something like Graf Spee's barbette diameter. The one thing that I would probably surmise with that whole potential way of going about things is it would probably be very difficult for the Germans to get such a turret to work properly. The French got away with it in large part because of all the work they'd done for the Lyons and Normandies back in the 1910s, so they had a much greater baseline of expertise to work from when it came to doing the Dunkirks and the Richelieus. Then, I mean, the British did the King George V, fair enough, that was their first quad turret. It did have some problems, as we understand. So the Germans, they could pull it off. I'd be interested to see how they do it, though, because the one thing is, when it comes to cruiser warfare, you are much more likely to take a hit simply because of the sheer number of shells that are being thrown at you. Because with a battleship, let's say you're using a battleship with 8 or 9 guns, which is pretty much the standard, if they're only firing one salvo every minute or so, there's only a certain number of shells coming at you, a certain number of hits that you can take, and mathematical distribution, the odds of those hits being in any one particular location are relatively low. Whereas with a cruiser, especially a cruiser that's going out raiding, so it might encounter 6-inch cruisers as well as 8-inch cruisers, then you're talking about salvos every 30 seconds, 20 seconds, possibly even a salvo every 10 seconds or less if you're talking about a light cruiser. At which point there's a lot more shells in the air, not just because they're firing faster, but also because a lot of these cruisers have 12 guns or something like that. So with just so many more shells incoming, the statistical odds of a hit on any particular part of the ship go up quite dramatically. So having quad turrets on a cruiser, especially if you've just got 2 quad turrets, is potentially making your main armament very vulnerable, because you stand the chance of losing half your main armament to a single hit. So it would be interesting to see if they did develop such a turret. They would almost certainly have to make it incredibly heavily armoured, specifically to try and mitigate against that as a serious risk. Because then if they don't, then not only would they lose half their armament to a hit, but also they'd lose coverage in an entire sector. So if you've got a twin quad Deutschland 1 forward 1 aft turret, if they knock out your forward turret, well, that's one hit, and then they, as long as they can stay in front of you, they can just keep, wandering around and hitting you from the front, and there's precious little you can do about it. You can try and turn, I guess, but then they've just got the one last hit left to score. Richard Goss, you mentioned the Royal Navy trolling others through history, such as at the Suez Canal, and Royal Navy officer contacting the 2nd Pacific Squadron to let them know another fishing fleet was at sea. Could you do a video or mention some other such incidents? The Royal Navy and trolling people has a long and interesting history, shall we say. Let's see some other incidents that they pulled off. I mean, there's an awful lot of internal trolling and teasing as well. So you've got poor old HMS Malaya constantly being told she's a P&O cruise liner because she flies the Malayan ensign for obvious reasons, and that actually does look remarkably similar to the P&O cruise flag. So the internal trolling is very definitely a thing. I'm trying to think some other fairly important, sort of fairly large incidents. I mean, there's multiple involving the Suez Canal. There's obviously the Abdiel class mine layer that speeds past the US fleet during the Suez Crisis. There's the Royal Navy cutting in line overnight to be the first through the Suez Canal, even though the French claimed a prime position. Oh, there's so many you could go for. I mean, to be honest, the HMS Calypso showing up in the Samoan crisis probably, as much as anything else, started off as a kind of tongue-in-cheek way of trolling the Germans and the Americans, except that the massive typhoon blew in and then turned it into more of a battle for survival rather than anything else. So, yeah. Vanderson UFO, what's the rest on of Drax's t-shirt say? It says, I have no idea how far up the this thing's going to have to go to be seen. Let's have a look. There you go. It says, trust me, I am an engineer. There we go. Salty Viking 100 and Salty Viking 10,022 says, what would Jutland have looked like if the High Seas Fleet had had their 2 oldest battle cruisers swapped for Scharnhorst and their 2 oldest dreadnoughts swapped for Bismarcks? Very bad for the British. I mean, if you're replacing Seydlitz and not Seydlitz, Von der Tann and Moltke with Scharnhorst, well, the battle with the battle cruiser fleet is going to go even worse for the British until 5th Battle Squadron show up, because Scharnhorsts or not fighting for Queen Elizabeth is not in their job description. If they're actually swapping in, at the time of the battle themselves, having the 2 oldest dreadnoughts swap for the Bismarcks probably doesn't affect all that much, because that's basically Nassau and any other Nassau, and they're both pretty much, near as much as making a difference, the back of the German fleet. So unless Scheer goes, oh, hang on, these are all brand new, let's swap them out to the front, they're not going to see any action pretty much during the day. Their radar might be very helpful navigating during the night, and so the night action could go very differently, but by that point the battle's mostly been decided and Shear just wants to go home. Of course, if Shears has those swapped in before the battle and gets an idea of what he's got, then obviously he's not going to have them in those positions. He wouldn't even have the Scharnhorst in those positions. He'd pull all 4 of them into a new battle squadron and sit them at the front of the High Seas Fleet, which would change things completely differently. For obvious reasons. Modern ships, modern armour, modern guns, modern fire control, radar, etc., etc. Trek 001 asking if you can get posable action figures. I have no idea how I'd even go about that. And indeed, I have no idea why anyone would want an action figure of me, but there you go. If anyone knows, it'd be quite funny. Maybe if you get an action figure of me in my knight's outfit, in my suit of armour, that might be more understandable. Lewis Westfall asks, in one video you said Froude was the most important person for ship design. And I asked, what about Newcomen and Watt? A reply was, they're not as important to ships as Froude. Okay, so but what does the Royal Navy look like from 1800 to 1945 without the piston, steam engine and steam turbine? Is it possible to have an ironclad without these, assuming no one else has them? Yeah, it's entirely possible to have an ironclad that just works on sail. A lot of the early ironclads mostly ran on sail, and the steam engines were just auxiliaries. The other thing, to be honest, is that Carl from Gazembo pointing out that if you've got Bismarck and Scharnhorst at Jutland, you actually have spotting aircraft as well. But yeah, going back to the question, the thing is, okay, Newcomen and Watt, if they don't invent the steam engine, it's a problem. But you have to basically be very artificial if you say that prevents the steam engine coming at all, because there were multiple lines of development going on at the time. The steam engine would have come about one way or another, most likely. Maybe it would have been delayed a few years or anything, or something like that, but it would have come along in some way, shape or form. And, as we just covered, you can have ships that will quite happily sail around just on sails, even if they are ironclads. Whereas with Froude, there's not really any indication that anyone was doing quite the same level of work in terms of hydrodynamic research and testing that he was doing. It probably eventually would have come along at some point, but it was a much more unique thing. That, if Froude hadn't been around, whoever came up with something similar probably wouldn't have come up with it 4, 5, 10, 15 years down the line. And what he was doing fundamentally altered the way that ships were designed. The steam engine was a useful auxiliary, but it was just an auxiliary for quite a long time. And so the change in ship design was relatively gradual as it became more and more capable. Whereas with Froude, you went from traditional methods of ship design pretty much almost overnight to a revolution in how you could design ships. HMS Inflexible is a good example of that. Sorry, I'm rubbing my eyes a lot. The pollution in London does get you a little bit if you haven't been exposed to it for a while. Anyway, so yeah, I say HMS Inflexible is a good example because she is stouter, as in shorter length, a smaller length to beam ratio than the Italian ship she's built to compete with. Now, by any traditional standard method of building, that should have meant that she was considerably slower, especially since she had slightly less power in the first place. But she actually ended up being a fraction faster, despite less power and despite her unfavourable length to beam ratio, thanks pretty much entirely to Froude's calculations and tank testing, which allowed them to refine the underwater hull form to a point where they could get the results that they wanted. So it is a huge shift and change when it comes to ship design. Admiralty of Floof. You're first Sea Lord in 1938. You're given the hull of the Bismarck. It's built from up to a flat deck level. Primary battery barbettes are fixed. Hull form, torpedo defence, armour scheme, shafts, roughly internal division are done and cannot be changed. Shifting the internal division, taking arm or adding armour is possible, but no fundamental changes. You have to start work immediately to fit her with British machinery, superstructure, propeller, guns, etc. You can use every system that's been developed to at least an experimental state and tested on a full scale by the end of 1938. What will the final specs be, and how useful will she be, assuming she enters service in 1940? Basically, so how can I rearrange the details on a Bismarck-type hull to make a more effective vessel? Well, if I can shift some of the armour scheme around, the first thing I'm going to do is scrap the distributed armour scheme. You're saying I can't change the overall armour scheme, so I can't change the deck armour. Okay, fine, but what I can do is scrap the semi-distributed armour layout, concentrate all the armour on the belt, and just have a thicker all or nothing belt amidships. So that'll make me obviously slightly more durable. Engine wise, okay, British machinery, whatever. Superstructure, well, it's going to be Queen Anne Mansion style at that point, but it's not going to change a dramatic amount, although it means I will have my fire control systems in armoured cable chutes all the way up to the primary rangefinders and other fire control equipment at the top, so it's going to be slightly more difficult to knock out, because that was rated as a weakness on Bismarck, because they had the serious armouring for the fire control cables only started lower down in the superstructure, which is probably a good part of the reason why it lost fire control so soon in its last engagement. Propellers, again, I can't do much about those because it's already built up. Guns, however, is probably where I'm going to make the biggest changes, because, okay, 15-inch guns, 15-inch guns. I mean, I've got flipping massive barbettes. I don't think I've quite got the space to fit triple turrets, so I might be able to fit a triple 14. I'd have to crash design it, but I could fit maybe a triple 14. Otherwise, pull a Vanguard, stick some upgraded British 15-inch guns in there, but have to design a new turret for them. The gunners are going to be rejoicing at basically having a lap of luxury palace in terms of the internal turret layout to work with. The main difference is, though, is going to be the secondary battery. Instead of having this crazy, partly effective, partly ridiculous secondary battery, I just stick 4.5-inch guns everywhere. I've got the space. I could probably fit 12 or 14 4.5-inch guns in, the pancake flat top twin turrets on each side. So I could probably get 6 or 7 of them on each side, and that would be my uniform secondary battery. And to be honest, fit 40mm pom-poms. It's 38, so Orlikans and Bofors are coming a bit later, but even if I just have 4.5-inch and pom-poms, that's going to be a heck of a lot more effective than flak Veerlings and the horrific 37 mils. Camino John. Imagine the warehouse at the end of Raiders of the Lost Ark. You can fill it with every weapon system, aircraft, targeting computer, radar, munition, torpedo, etc. that was available and produced in World War II, except for atomic weapons. Now, remove anything where the material science behind it was unknown, and what you're left with is anything that could have been manufactured in 1939. You have the ability to give any one thing in this pile to the belligerents in any given theatre of operation. How will this change the outcome? E.g., you can give the US Navy and the Pacific Theatre a fully functional proximity fuse at the outset of the war. Um, hmm. I think if there's any one thing in that pile that you could give to somebody to significantly shorten the war, it would probably be, I'd say, probably late war fire control systems. So take a late war fire control suite from either the Royal Navy or the US Navy and send that back through time. The proximity fuse is great, but it's only really worth anything if you can actually put the shells vaguely in the vicinity of the aircraft. Whereas if you chuck a bunch of radar-guided fire control systems back to 1939, well, that simultaneously solves a lot of your problems with accuracy in a surface engagement, engagements at night, and actually getting your shells in the proximity of aircraft, which will rapidly dial down the number of Allied losses and dial up the number of Axis losses. The second thing on that list would probably be, late war microwave radar, because there's no reason they couldn't build it that in 1939. It's just they didn't have the technology hadn't been developed at that point. But materials wise, you could build that. The only problem is if you give them the radar but not the fire control, then you've got a really snazzy detection system, but that's about it. Whereas if you give them the fire control but not necessarily the radar, well, they've already got some radar, at least the Allies do, at the start of World War II, and they can link up what radar they have with this fire control system, give them some pretty decent results early on, and then as better radar comes online throughout the war, they can exploit the capabilities of that fire control system more and more as everything proceeds. General Dipper asks, I asked a question a while back about escalation by Germany in the Spanish Civil War and can't think of where the response was. That was answered. I will find that for you after this. Unemployed history major. Instead of expending planes and X-craft against the Tirpitz, the Royal Navy decides to force their way down the fjord with a flotilla of destroyers to torpedo her. What ships do they use that are both capable enough and cheap enough to be expended, and what's the likelihood of success? By 43-44, pretty much the only thing they're going to throw into a mission like that will probably be some of the ex-US Navy four-stackers. They're pretty much the oldest destroyers that they've got at that point, and the ones they're not going to miss them as much as the more modern ones. They're fast enough. They've got the torpedo batteries. The likelihood of success is still pretty low, though, because they'll almost certainly be spotted on the way in and heavily attacked by the Luftwaffe. And then once they're actually coming up the fjord, they're in a bit of a barrel, so they would be very, very easy targets. And then, of course, Tirpitz has torpedo nets deployed. Now, whilst torpedo nets that can stop an airdrop torpedo, or even torpedo nets that can stop a submarine launch torpedo, might not necessarily stand up to stopping a ship launch torpedo, there's also every chance that they might. And also, to get into a position where you can launch torpedoes at Tirpitz, you're going to be in point blank range of every single gun that Tirpitz has. So the likelihood of success, I would say, is pretty low. Pretty low indeed. Probably about the best thing they could hope to do would be to maybe try and run the raid in the winter time when it's almost permanently dark. Come in really late, time it so they're coming up the fjord like 3 in the morning or something like that. Have one ship really heavily camouflaged and have the others acting as bait, and have that really heavily camouflaged ship rigged up like HMS Campbelltown and just try and ram Tirpitz and set it off. That's about the closest you're going to come, but it's still going to be a vanishingly small chance of actually succeeding, and there's going to be a lot of casualties. Jim Smitty, in 1905, if all the big navy nations decide for unknown reasons to build a doom fleet, so they're just throwing everything at the kitchen sink thrown into this effort, and this lasts till 1925 when a battle royale takes place for the Seven Seas, but they only have the bases they started with in 1905. How does such fleets turn out, and how does the war go on assuming no fighting on land? That's going to be almost impossible to predict because, things like France and Germany or Russia turning around and saying, you know what, we're not going to fund our armies, is so completely off the wall for them that what they may or may not be able to do is not really predictable easily based on existing historical knowledge. However, if they're only allowed to go with the bases and infrastructure they have starting in 1905, then it's basically going to depend on who's allied with who by the other end. Because obviously Britain has an existing relationship with Japan. It's got some okay-ish relationships with other people, but nothing as firm as it would be by the 1910s. Now, Britain does have the advantage of, in 1905, it has by far the biggest shipbuilding industry. It has by far the most shipyards, and it still, as an empire, has the highest percentage of the world GDP. So if everybody's just opening the taps and building a massive doom fleet with that infrastructure, Britain can build more ships and faster and afford more of them than anybody else. The US is going to be in second place. The Germans, they're going to face... if they're not funding the army, they're not going to face so much of a bottleneck on cost as more a bottleneck on shipbuilding infrastructure more than anything else. The Japanese will have economic limits. The Russians, probably like the Germans, more infrastructure limits than anything else. The French as well. The Italians as well. So basically everyone but Britain and the US is going to actually hit infrastructure limits on how many ships they can build before they run into monetary limits if they're no longer funding anything else from their armed forces. And then of the kind of the two, so you're going to have Germany and the US competing for second place. Let's say Germany hitting infrastructure limits, the Americans probably hitting absolute funding limits compared to the British Empire, and the British have the most money and the most shipyards. So if Britain can keep its alliance with Japan and maybe work in an alliance with either America or Germany, then that alliance will win. But if, say, the Americans and the Germans and the Italians, one of the other smaller powers, if they all team up, if they've opened the floodgates completely, then in theory they might have and Britain is standing alone, then they've probably got a fleet that's big enough to challenge. Dweezenflute asks, J.G. Landels in Engineering in the Ancient World, 1980, said, Oars, though better than propellers, cannot be made more than about 75% efficient even with the aid of modern science. Is this true? And if it is, up to what speed? Honestly, I don't know enough about oar propulsion versus propeller propulsion to give you a precise answer about that. Certainly when it comes to speed. In terms of efficiency, I would suspect that is probably true. On at least at the lower levels, because one of the major things with a propeller is that you want your means of propulsion to be as far away from the ship as possible. The closer to the ship, the more it gets disrupted by the flow of water that's going on past the ship. Obviously, propellers are on a propeller shaft. There's limits to how far away from the ship you can put them, and they then tend to need to be at the back. Whereas an oar, you can extend that beyond the effect of the water running past the ship's hull. So you have that. That is an inherent advantage of them. But obviously, you have to lift the oar and position it back front again before putting it back in again. So there is an efficiency loss there, and that, more than anything else, is probably going to make it, regardless of what shaping you do, is going to give a hard cap on the efficiency, because whatever else there is to say about propellers, at least whilst they're rotating, they are constantly rotating, and every moment they're in the water and rotating, they're providing thrust, whereas oars provide you with a big lump of thrust and then nothing until you can effectively reset them, which is why you need a lot of oars to go particularly quickly. So, Rebel Skvirl. At Jutland, Major Harvey fails to order the flooding of his turret's magazine in time. HMS Lion explodes and sinks, killing Admiral Beatty. Keep in mind this would have occurred only 2 to 3 minutes after Queen Mary explodes and sinks. How do you see the battle going forward from there? Morale-wise, it's obviously a lot worse. Outcome-wise, though, it surprisingly may not actually affect the outcome as much as you might think. Yes, having a third battle cruiser explode violently in a few minutes is going to be, as I say, hugely impactful for the battle cruiser fleet. And of course, if Invincible goes up later on, that's now 4 battle cruisers that have gone up rather than the historic 3. However, in the context of what was going on at the time, Lion, because of the damage it was taking, had to fall out of line around about that time anyway. So the immediate loss of firepower is not necessarily as massive as you might think, because they effectively lost Lion's firepower for a while anyway. And of course, that means that command would initially it would devolve to whoever's the senior most surviving officer in the battlecruiser fleet. There's not that many of them left. I mean, it's basically going to be Princess Royal Tiger or New Zealand. But when Evan Thomas shows up with 5th Battle Squadron, which is pretty imminent at that point, he is the senior most commander present, so he would be in charge, and Evan Thomas is a significantly better fighting admiral in terms of actually communicating with the rest of his ships and getting things done than Beatty was. So I suspect that apart from the morale impact of the loss of Lion, the rest of the day engagement might actually go slightly better, because apart from anything else, Evan Thomas is more likely to actually tell Jellicoe what the heck is going on, so Jellicoe gets a few more minutes to deploy. And he's also probably not going to take his battle cruisers steaming across the face of the Grand Fleet, obscuring shots for them. So, and as Dr. Clark is pointing out, yeah, Beatty not being First Sea Lord probably has some advantages going on further down the line. Although the loss of his political acumen might hurt the Royal Navy in the 1920s, but certainly at least you wouldn't have this weird distraction with trying to turn HMS Eagle into God's own torpedo boat, which would probably help. Tyler Kuhn, the Washington and later London naval treaties, if they if the Washington and later London naval treaties force nations involved to have their main guns for their battleships kept at either 14 or 15 inch, how would this affect the development of battleship classes in the 30s and 40s, and how would this development have affected some of the naval action in World War II? It's not going to affect the treaty battleships that much because, well, King George V was designed with 14-inch guns because of what was proposed for Second London, so that's not really going to change. And then you've got things like the North Carolinas, which were designed with 14s and then switched up to 16s because of the escalator clause, so the escalator clause still gets invoked. So the treaty battleship's probably not going to change all that much. On the other hand, if the the Washington Treaty saying actually 15 inches is the maximum limit, that's going to cause all sorts of fun and games, because the US at that point has the Colorado class midway through construction. The Japanese are in the process of putting the finishing touches on the Nagatos, and of course they've all got 16-inch guns, so suddenly being told actually you have to go back to 14 or 15-inch guns is going to be massively, massively unpopular. It could be done. I mean, if you've designed a ship with twin 16s, there's no real problem with dropping those down to twin 14s. Expensive, but the space is there, or even twin 15s. I suspect there'll be an awful lot of screaming about it, though, because obviously they'd want the heaviest guns, which would mean probably 15s, but neither the Americans or the Japanese have a 15-inch gun design in production at that point, so they're going to have to go through a whole gun design process, develop brand new 15-inch guns, and then stick them on. As a result of which, they are probably just going to give the British a really, really bad case of side-eye and say, you're not having anything, because you got loads of 15-inch gunships. We don't. And you're making us do all this work, which you don't have to do, because you've already got a bunch, like Hood and Queen Elizabeth's. If somehow the British managed to browbeat people into allowing them to have 2 brand new ships as well, then at that point, well, logically, you build the F3 battle cruisers, because their design is sitting there with triple 15s already on there. So the interesting thing about that, of course, means, well, as I've said before, the F3s would probably actually be somewhat more useful for the Royal Navy in World War II. The Nagatos didn't really do all that much, so whether they've got 15 or 16-inch guns doesn't make an awful lot of difference. But the Colorados, if they are now rearmed with twin 15s, it is a little bit less weight, which might allow them to be a little bit quicker. Not by a tremendous amount. But it would be interesting to see what a slightly swifter set of Colorados could do, because if they're able to make 22 knots or something, maybe 22, 23 knots, because of, the ammunition weighs less, the shell hoist systems weigh less, the guns weigh less, etc., etc. They're saving probably a reasonable amount of tonnage. There might be a little bit more of a push to see if, with refits and stuff, if maybe the US could push their speed up a bit further. Paul, does Mitsuo Fushida have any remaining credibility as a reliable historical source? Are any parts of his account of Midway or his memoir still useful? It's still useful in as much as, he was a person who was there. So, okay, some of the details, like, packed decks full of aircraft, etc., maybe not so much. So you do have to take what he says with something of a pinch of salt. But in other terms, like, what was said from X to Y, what was the mood in the fleet, what were the orders that the fleet was trying to follow, that kind of thing. The more human details, still as useful as anyone else. I mean, everyone's opinion is coloured by those kinds of things. Even if you don't trust him at all, he at least gives you a bunch of markers to say, okay, he says this, now we can check this out and compare it to other sources. So even if you take the extreme view of it, then there's still some use to be had from it. James Barker. Another alternate history, obviously. You're put in charge of the design and naval construction of the Royal Navy prior to World War I, but with the hindsight that the backbone of the World War II Royal Navy is going to be World War I era capital ships. Knowing this, what changes did you try to make to the ships to make them more effective in World War II, and how would this affect World War II? There's precious little I can do for submarines, cruisers, or destroyers, because they're all going to be, with the exception of a few late war destroyers, they're all pretty much going to be out of service by the time that World War II rolls around. Okay, the C class and, well, the D's and E's are post-World War I. The C class design is kind of ongoing pre-World War I. the C-class are going to be around, but again, to be honest, the C-class's main roles and usefulness at that point in World War II is as anti-aircraft cruisers and convoy escorts, really second-line ships, so there's pressure point in doing much of anything with those. It's really only the battleships and battle cruisers that where things will make a difference. And knowing that the R-class and the QEs are going to be numerically the most important ships in the Royal Navy in World War II, as I acting with hindsight, probably the two biggest changes I would do would be, unsurprisingly, pushing for the adoption of small tube boilers, get the QEs up to 28 knots, as Jellicoe said they could do. That will immediately give the Royal Navy almost certainly an all-fast battleship force in World War II, because that'll probably affect the design of the Nelsons. And I'd go with a Nevada-style all-or-nothing armour scheme sooner, rather than the distributed armour scheme that you have on the QEs and the Rs. So you'd get a all-or-nothing armoured 28-knot QE, and given that the Rs got up to 23 knots, again with large tube boilers, you'd probably get them up to 25 knots with all-or-nothing armour, which, whilst they're still going to be kind of the second-line battleships of World War II, they're going to be a little bit more useful if they're still capable of 24 or 20, probably about 23.5, 24 knots, as opposed to some of them, which by the mid part of World War II, you're probably lucky to be getting 18 to 20 knots out of them on a bad day. Alan Fleetwood, having watched your Narvik Norwegian videos of World War II, how could the High Seas Fleet have possibly reacted to the British in World War I if, instead of sending the Royal Navy and the 7th Infantry Divisions to Antwerp, they sent them to Narvik? Could Jutland have happened a lot sooner? If the entire High Seas Fleet escorts some infantry to go and fight, to go to Narvik, well, I mean, one, the Germans can't or won't do all that much of anything, because they know that, oh, Dr. Clark pointing out triple 15-inch turrets. Yeah, if I can make that big a change, sure. That would be useful as well. Yeah. Conventions with more World War II layout, ABX style. That'd be quite fun. Or ABY, I guess, yeah, because the rear one would be at the main deck level. Anyway, yeah, so the Germans in World War I, they don't want to fight the entire Grand Fleet at once. So if the entire Grand Fleet is escorting infantry to Narvik, they're not going to go after them, because that's completely against the idea. They would want to whittle them down first. Now, if the mission to Narvik was being escorted by 1 or 2 battle squadrons, then the Germans would go after it, definitely. But I don't think the Royal Navy would leave it that kind of thing to chance. Or if they did, given, you know, the relative distances where Wilhelmshaven, Scapaflow and Narvik are, they'd probably get wind by wireless intercepts and get the rest of the Grand Fleet out there, and it's physically quicker and easier for the Grand Fleet to catch up with their detached battle squadrons than it is for the Germans to intercept. So broadly speaking, I don't think the Germans would have been willing to do all that much. And to be honest, if the British do then choose to send precious troops off to invade Norway, whilst it's not brilliant for the Germans to have potential supplies via Norway cut off, at the same time the British are opening up another front that's going to distract them for a while. That's overall good for the German army. Nathan Huey, if England amends its Bill of Rights, the Act of Settlement and the Royal Marriages Act in 1900 instead of 2011, thus allowing the monarch's eldest child, regardless of gender, to be crowned king or queen. When Victoria passes away in 1901, her eldest child, Victoria Adelaide Mary Louisa, is crowned Queen Victoria II and reigns for 7 months until her death on the 5th of August 1901. Then her eldest son, Kaiser Wilhelm II, is crowned King of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland and of the British Dominions and Emperor of India, etc., etc., etc. And he is, of course, Kaiser of Germany. Just how screwed off France are the United States? Oh boy. The British Empire in a personal union with Germany at the beginning of the 20th century. That would be interesting. I think a lot of people would be very worried. The French, the most. The Americans at the time are... Okay, in 1901, the Americans are still playing relatively isolationist. When Teddy Roosevelt comes in, that does kind of change. And the Americans are still dealing with the Spanish-American War. So, in the early 1900s, the US probably doesn't care all that much. The French definitely care, because they now have their worst nightmare, because, well, they have King Emperor William... What William would be up to? William V of Britain and the second of Germany, now in charge of the two largest industrial powers on the planet at the time combined, plus you've got the German army and the British Navy, and you can add, whatever the German elements of the German Navy and the elite forces that make up the British Expeditionary Force, etc. So you basically at that point have a power which is exactly the kind of power that Britain had spent the last 300-400 years trying to prevent occurring on the European continent, which is somebody who has a powerful enough combined land force to take on anybody who wants to fight on land, and a big enough navy to no-sell anybody at all who wants to take them on at sea. So assuming that he has kids and they continue this line of succession, given that Wilhelm was something of a Royal Navy fanboy, the fact he now actually gets to play and be in charge of the actual Royal Navy, he's going to be over the moon. Yeah, I think France... At some point, someone or other is going to do something stupid, and we're going to have France becoming, probably end up divided up between the old Angevin holdings being given back to the UK and the rest of it going to Germany. France is not going to be in a good place in any way, shape or form, because she's now completely outnumbered on land, completely outnumbered at sea, and has, Wilhelm or William, depending on which regnal name he's going by, is not going to have any compunction about absolutely hammering them the minute they step on his toes. It is just basically going to be a question of how long does that union last? Does it last as a personal union just while he's around? Does it continue with his descendants, if indeed he has any? Does at some point it get formalised further politically, so you now have Greater Anglo-Germany, the Greater Anglo-German Empire? It's a huge right turn for history. Duke Master. It's kind of similar massive turn off for history. In the 1890s, if the British Empire achieves full Imperial Federation at this time and formally federalises the entire structure of all dominions and colonies, so in the last decade of her reign, Queen Victoria achieves the grandest of ambitions, with Britannia and John Bull hand in hand, how does this affect the naval arms race ongoing and about to escalate? Bonus points for an array of Imperial Federation flags and maps or artwork of your beloved Imperial Navy at sea. At some point, I'll have to commission something along those lines. Definitely. But it's an interesting one. If the entire empire is federalized to the point that everyone has a say in a single Gestalt political entity rather than individual countries, and then everyone has, 15 odd years to get used to it until the Dreadnought building race kicks off. A fully federalized empire means a spread of heavy industry a lot further, because it's literally one massive, hilarious political entity. And with the budget and everything being centralized, and I know this might sound incredibly optimistic, but if the budget is far more centralized, then you don't have the duplication of bureaucracy involved in having individual governments, individual full-on governments in all the various colonies, especially the larger free, sort of more semi-independent ones like Canada and Australia. Then the Royal Navy budget much as the rest of the budget in the new Imperial Federation is going to be considerably larger. There's going to be much more of a push to manufacture ships in other parts of the Empire other than Britain to encourage industry there, and obviously the various MPs for those different places are going to be lobbying for money to be spent in those places. Yeah. I don't think the Germans would even bother with a naval arms race at that point, because the British could just turn around. Well, Wilhelm will probably just turn around, or his advisors would turn around and just look at the combined integrated industrial might of an Imperial Federation that's had 15 years to get those kinds of things sorted out, and just go, it's not worth it. Admiral von Tirpitz probably wouldn't suggest it, and if he did, he'd be laughed out the room. Yeah, that's pretty much the end of the matter at that point. Eric Gavronsky saying Wilhelm would not be an absolute ruler in regard to the UK. I can't see them putting up with his antics. No, he would have a lot more limited power than he did in Germany, but it's still a personal union which is going to tie in the political ambitions of both Germany and the British Empire a lot closer, and it's also going to give various, shall we say, people with slightly more aggressive ideas about how a greater Anglo-Germany could rule the world a lot of political impetus and clout. So you'd probably get a faction of politicians who would be pushing a lot more for direct interventions, because now the answer of, what are the British going to do in Europe, them and whose army? Well, there is kind of a very big German-shaped answer to that now. Aaron Moreau, if Yamamoto had lost one more finger in the Russo-Japanese War and been invalided out of the Imperial Japanese Navy, and therefore not around to plan the Japanese campaign of 41, how might Japanese plans in late 41 have been different? That's an interesting one. It depends who takes his place, really, because as with every other navy at the time, you had admirals who were more in favour of carriers, other admirals who were more in favour of battleships, other admirals more in favour of aircraft versus ships, and so on and so forth. So, who replaces Yamamoto? Is it Nagumo? Is it some other entity who might rise through the ranks from around about the same time period? Where do they sit on things? Would they countenance the Yamato class building program, or a very aircraft carrier minded, not Yamamoto, might press the Japanese Navy to build giant aircraft carriers instead of giant battleships? A more battleship orientated admiral might suggest that they build more battleships instead of the Shikakus, or something in between. Craig Duncan, I'm going through the Patreon questions at the moment. Once I've done the Patreon questions, then I start taking questions from the chat in this. That's why it's the live Drydock element. It's the general naval chats in the middle of the month where I just start taking questions from the chat immediately. But at the moment, I can't take questions from the chat because I've got to get through the Patreon questions first. I will be taking questions from the chat later on. I've noted down all the existing ones that I can, but how might Japanese plans in late 41 have been different? It's almost impossible to tell unless you nail down who exactly is going to be in place instead of Yamamoto. HMS Inadvisable asks, no, Craig, you don't have to join Patreon. It's literally the Drydock, the live Drydock, the live element of each monthly Drydock, I go through the alternate history Patreon questions first, then I start taking questions from the chat, and that's why the general naval chat exists in the middle of the month, where I can take questions from the chat immediately. So I in both cases I take questions from the chat. It's just at this stage in this particular part of the sort of end beginning of the month live stream, I'm working through this slot first. And we've still got a few to go, but some of these are pretty big ones, so big chunks of text will go pretty fast. HMS Inadvisable asks, in 1931, you, with all your memories and knowledge, are dropped into the post of Chancellor of the Exchequer. You must cancel or scrap 3 naval or naval-related programs, projects, or ship classes, and divert the funds to 3 others. Assuming that you won't actually see World War II itself, what projects will you spare and which ones will you kill? Okay, so I've got to scrap any 3 programs and push the money into any 3 others. Well, similar to what I said actually right near the top of this particular one, I would definitely, in terms of what I'd be boosting 16-inch gun research sooner. Try and figure out some of the flaws so that the Lion, at least maybe Lion and Temeraire, can be built. I would be massively boosting funding to the 4.5-inch gun program to get that available as dual purpose for destroyers and ships generally. I'd probably kill the 5.25 inch as a result. And Britain was already ahead on radar. There's a limited amount I can do by pushing more money into that. What I might push more money into would be further developing the high-angle control system, the hack system, to try and boost the efficiency of the Royal Navy's anti-aircraft weaponry. Now, in terms of the other 2 projects I'd have to kill... Major Royal Navy projects in the 1930s to kill. Much as it pains me to say this, given what they actually managed to get up to, I'd probably kill the York class. Possibly, and hopefully that might persuade them to build a couple more counties instead. Then I'd almost say the Leanders, but the Leanders actually proved to be pretty useful. But the thing is, if I've killed the 5.25, I'd probably, again, much as it pains me to say so, I'd probably kill the Didos, because without the 5.25s, there isn't really much point in building them. Because if you're going to build 6-inch cruisers, you might as well build more Leanders or Towns. And if you are going to build anti-aircraft cruisers, whilst boosting funding to 4.5 might mean I could cover them in 4.5-inch guns, I've effectively at that point invented a gigantic destroyer, even more so than the Atlantas. They're not going to have the range or the firepower to do the kind of semi-standing in for being a light cruiser the way the Didos did in the Mediterranean, at which point, yeah, the Didos would have to go, I think. Smiling near the unrotated projectile launchers. It's a good candidate. I think the problem is if I cancel the 5.25s, I've got to cancel the Didos, otherwise they're useless. The unrotated projectile launchers would be another good thing to cancel, though. Jalinth asks, if the Martians did not invade, what do you think the service of HMS Thunderchild would have been? How would she have done if she and her half-sisters were the only capital ships around if the Dogger Bank incident went hot? If she was kept until the First World War, would she have been useful for anything? Okay, so an 1890s, early 1890s, effectively based on Sansparai torpedo ram is not going to be that useful for the First World War, I'm afraid. Although, with that said, she and her sisters might make a half decent set of monitors. If you adjust the elevation of the forward gun turrets, well, you've got effectively a small, relatively agile, somewhat shallow draft ship with a single twin 12-inch turret up front. I mean, it's not got the massive bulges that some of the other monitors would later have, but you could fit those to her. She'd make there you go. She'd make a fairly decent monitor. Probably end up being a support vessel, dedicated support vessel for the Gallipoli landings, amongst other things. If she and her half-sisters were the only capital ships around if the Dogger Bank incident went hot, well, they'd acquit themselves pretty well, but there's only 3 of them, so... And they're not, by the time of the Dogger Bank incident, they're going to be like a generation behind, probably a generation and a half behind the latest stuff. Eventually, the Russians probably would have trouble hitting them in the first place, but still, there is a limit to the 2nd Pacific Squadron's terribleness, although it is at near peak terribleness around the time of the Dogger Bank incident, because they haven't had the time to train that they would have later on. Dr. Klopp pointing out, if you cut DDoS, the same miles could churn out Arith users, replace the 4-inch with 4.5-inch. That's true. That's very true. Yeah, I think their general service probably would have been something along the lines of, sailed around quite happily in the 1890s. They'd probably, to be honest, with the Dogger Bank incident, they'd be there in the channel, but they'd be an adjutant to the main channel fleet at that point, and they'd probably be some kind of harbour guard ships if they haven't already been scrapped by the time of the First World War. I mean, Sansparai was still around in the First World War, so they'd probably be a guard vessel of some kind and then converted to monitors and then scrapped after the war. So they'd probably have about a 30-year service career. Jake. Meatwad, which World War II naval pilots and squadrons are your favourites? Which do you consider the most effective or having made the greatest contribution in each theatre, and why? World War II naval pilots. Absolute favourite. Now I've forgotten his name. How on earth could I have forgotten that? Eric Brown. He would be my favourite World War II pilot because he did actually fly in World War II and then became pretty much the world's most prolific test pilot of anything and everything. And I got the chance pretty much towards the end of his life, and back when I was in uni, I did get the chance to meet him because the university I was at the time gave him an honorary degree. So he showed up and I got to chat with him for like 2-3 minutes. So yeah, that would be my favourite World War II naval pilot for so many reasons. In terms of squadrons and what will you consider the most effective and made the greatest contribution, unfortunately, that much I wouldn't really be able to answer particularly, because whilst they are naval squadrons, they're aircraft, so I don't tend to focus on them as strongly as the ships. I view them as they're aircraft on the ships. They do a thing that the ships are ordered to do. But say, for example, if you ask me, okay, which squadrons launched off of Illustrious to launch the attack at Taranto, I can tell you they're in the 800s, I think, but I wouldn't be able to tell you offhand what the squadron numbers were. I could tell you what they did in the attack itself, the details of how they hit the Italians, which ships went, which planes went where, like how many planes went where, which ones were how many were equipped with bombs, how many were equipped with torpedoes and flares. But the minutiae of squadron numbers and did that squadron later do this, or did that squadron go on to do that, or had this squadron done something else before? Unfortunately, that's not my main area of research. So yeah, I wouldn't be able to answer that effectively without doing a lot of in-depth reading about the various accomplishments of specific units. I'll come back to that in a minute. Stafford Magnus. In a scenario similar to the Hearts of Iron 4 mod Kaiserreich, that again, if the Germans had been successful in World War II by defeating the French and forcing the British to evacuate continental Europe, the US remains neutral. Germany now has control of Western Europe, but Britain still holds the sea, as neither can challenge the other. An armistice is signed. Jutland happens as historically, but with the Germans having effectively won the war on land, they don't suffer the crippling conditions of the Versailles Treaty, so their fleet is not confiscated. Hitler and the Nazis don't happen. The British still have mastery of the sea, but with peace being signed, they have to share it with the ascendant Germans until something sparks off what will probably be World War II in this timeline. If the US remains out of the war, so they don't gain any actual battle experience from it, only what they're able to observe, how do you see naval developments through the 1920s, given the Washington Treaty isn't going to happen, and what could or would likely spark World War II? Wow, that's a fairly long question. There's Hey, I was right, Dr. Clark pointing out it's 824 and 801 squadron. So yeah, I was they were in the 800s. At least I got that right. I'm not entirely mad. So yeah, developments in the 1920s. Now this is interesting. If Germany wins the land war in World War One, there isn't necessarily that much impetus for them to continue the naval arms race. They had actually pretty much given up on the naval arms race by the beginning of World War One. Obviously, they had plans to continue building modern warships, but the idea that had underpinned the initial naval arms race in the mid to late 1900s and early 1910s had pretty much been dropped. They may see some kind of rebirth of that post World War One if they're in a more of a position of strength. But the whole point of building the High Seas Fleet was to get Germany its place in the sun. And if they now have a much larger area of Europe to control, thus army expenditure is going to go up, and by treaty they've got the British to acknowledge that Germany gets its place in the sun, then they don't need to continue a naval arms race because they've got what they wanted. And so the Germans will probably keep building just some iterative warships to keep things sort of on top of everything. They get rid of their older stuff. The British will probably do the same, just building slightly larger numbers. In terms of without the Washington Naval Treaty, however, things are going to get larger. So you'll probably see something along the lines of the G3s and N3s. In fact, probably the G3s and N3s for that matter. And as I said before, with any kind of hypothetical unrestricted 1920s naval building program, you'll probably see one more iteration above the G3s and N3s. So the British will probably somehow manage to squeeze 18-inch guns on a battle cruiser, dash-fast battleship. And you'll probably see at least somebody try 20-inch guns somewhere along the line, or 12, 18-inch guns or something on a battleship. And then people will realise you've pretty much hit the peak of what you can meaningfully fit on a single battleship, and things will kind of stabilise along those lines. And as time goes on and more of those kind of super ships are built, they'll gradually phase out all the lesser ships, and it'll just at that point come down to numbers and quirks of individual design. Kusami 0001, you're gifted with a time machine and the ability to bring one technology from one naval period back to the previous one. Which technology would you take to each of the following? From the Napoleonic period to, say, the early 1700s for each of the naval major naval powers at the time. Well, if you're using the Napoleonic period as a broad thing, probably flintlock flintlock triggers for the cannons instead of slow matches to improve naval gunnery. One technology from the ironclad period to the Napoleonic period for each of the major naval powers. Steam power. It's going to be very much an auxiliary, but it would give everyone a lot more ability to maneuver contrary to the wind, and it would make blockades a lot easier because you don't have to worry about being driven ashore quite as much. One technology from the pre-dreadnought period to the ironclad period. That's really going to throw a spanner in the works, but I'm going to say pre-dreadnought era armor steel, something like Harvey steel, maybe even Krupp, because as long as they can get their heads around how to manufacture it in the ironclad period, that is rather decisively going to give the advantage of in the armor versus guns race to armor for quite a considerable time. So it'd be quite hilarious to see what everybody comes up with when people can genuinely build capital ships that are pretty much immune to any existing gun and any near future gun. World War I to the pre-dreadnought period, rangefinder tech. So the pre-dreadnoughts can exploit the actual range of their heavy guns. Might force the dreadnought revolution slightly earlier. And a technology from World War II to World War I, radar. Radar, definitely. Because, yeah, a lot more night actions and things like that. How far have we got? We've still got a little way to go, but not too far on the Patreon questions. Where were we? Colin Cameron. In 1919, the US Senate not only reverts to type, but has a brainwave. With so many nice new ships in existence after the crash building program, they tell the Navy that they not only will they get a replacement capital ship for one scrapped only, but they can't replace any of the cruiser-sized ships down, except from the mothball fleet. So here's the curveball. Some enterprising senator says that the private shipyards do such a good job the Navy no longer needs anything but repair facilities. The Navy has too many bases, so the Navy has to downsize to one base on the east coast and one base on the west coast, with all remaining bases stripped of all equipment and anything that can't be scrapped to be sold, along with the base itself to help pay for all the nice new ships the Navy received during the war. If you're in charge of the US Navy at the time, once you've finished having a swearing fit, which two bases do you keep with and without future knowledge? Norfolk and San Diego. It's pretty much my immediate response. Norfolk because it's a very large. It's the most important naval base. It's near enough the most important naval base on the East Coast in 1919. There are a few other at that point naval bases that could, because of their proximity to large cities, maybe claim a rivalry, but Norfolk is right up there, and especially with future knowledge, definitely keeping Norfolk around on the East Coast. On the West Coast, well, San Diego is the only really big one. Losing Puget Sound is going to sting, but San Diego is much bigger, much better equipped, and Pearl Harbor is decades away from being a functional naval base. So it's pretty much going to be Norfolk and San Diego if they're the only two I'm allowed to have in 1919. Lord Nelson asks, in 1914, if Germany adopts a Russia-first approach and leaves Belgium unharmed, so Britain doesn't enter the war, with Austro-German armies advancing rapidly in the east, and the Kaiser realises cracking the Western Front without march through Belgium might get very bloody. Since he still remembers his Royal Navy uniform fondly, okay, so I'm getting given charge of the High Seas Fleet, with the objectives of keeping the French from supplying the Russians as best as possible, dealing with the Russian Baltic Fleet, help with, if possible, the defence of German colonies, and plan and organise for a Gallipoli Operation Albion-style landing on the French coast to aid German attack in the west. I think all of those are quite feasible, except for D. Landing on the French coast, Gallipoli style. I mean, the German Navy, the High Seas Fleet is bigger than the Marine Nationale, but I'm still... Oh, thank you, James P. I'm still going to be very hesitant about that. To keep the French from supplying the Russians as best as possible, though, that's easy in one half and not in the other. Because if the French are going to supply the Russians in the north, they've got to come up around Denmark, which is a fairly narrow choke point, and it's right off of my bases, so the High Seas Fleet blocking that up is easy. Stopping them from supplying the Russians in the south is much more of a problem, because I've got Goeben and Breslau in the Mediterranean, and whilst that's individually probably more powerful than anything the French are going to bring to bear, it is only still one ship. Goeben, once they're ready, for example, can't take on a Britannia class. So the French will have more ships, a lot more ships in the Mediterranean than I will. Probably don't have that many friendly bases to base myself from, but I could raid French convoys, and it's fairly obvious they have to come through the Dardanelles. So putting some kind of pressure on the Ottomans to at least let me base out of their ports, if not join the war, I can hopefully close the Dardanelles to the French. So it might be doable. It's mainly to do with how I managed to play the Ottomans diplomatically. Dealing with the Russian Baltic fleet, if they're willing to come out, is relatively easy once I've got the whole High Seas fleet, and I don't need to worry about the British. I've just got the numbers. Regardless of anything else, I have the numbers to just either bottle them up or track them down if they dare to come out. For the defense of German colonies, well, if I'm just up against France, that's relatively doable. France doesn't have any battle cruisers, so Admiral von Spee doesn't have to worry as much about just dealing with French ships in the Western Pacific. And because the Marine Nationale is smaller than the High Seas Fleet, they're going to have to try and concentrate as much as they can in home waters. So the chances of them trying much of anything elsewhere is relatively slim. And the forces I've got out there can probably deal with it, and I can probably afford to detach a few for more forces, and maybe especially some of my older armoured cruisers, to reinforce my position overseas to help the German colonies sort themselves out. It's the landing part that I would have problems with, because that my fleet is bigger. It's not big enough for me to run straight up into French coastal defences, coastal defence ships, submarines, mines, etc., and still retain my numerical advantage. I mean, Gallipoli was bad enough in terms of, ships damaged and ships lost. Albeit, yes, it's a very narrow choke point, but at the same time, the Ottomans, even with German help, are not the same as attacking the French, who have been preparing to deal with the Royal Navy for quite a while. At least they hope to do. That bit would be very difficult, if it's possible at all. Modern 6292 asks, with the popularity of anime and mobile games such as Azure Lane, do you think they have a negative effect on how naval history is perceived, or is the negative effect outweighed by getting people interested in naval history that otherwise wouldn't be exposed to it? I think probably the latter. Yes, okay, people who go a little bit over the top with memes and such can be annoying, but yeah, I think overall the fact that it gets more people interested in what the real ships actually did is by far the better element of it. And to be honest, although I'm never going to compare what I do to something like Azure Lane, I have standards. In some ways, the point of this channel is, I mean, I don't know if the Azure Lane has any intention of actually, making history more widely known rather than just exploiting it, but the purpose of this channel is to get people interested in naval history. So, as long as something is getting people interested in naval history, that in and of itself is at least as far as I'm concerned, a big benefit. As far as it's being perceived, I mean, there are worse things that you could perceive naval history through the lens of. I mean, if nothing else, at least at least if somebody comes to be interested in naval history through Azure Lane, they're probably not going to come jumping in insisting that the Bismarck could beat Yamato, Iowa, and Vanguard blind with one hand tied behind its back, the way that some people who come through other routes for being interested in naval history do. Dr. Irrelevant. Time for another naval switcheroo. On September 1st, 1939, the navies of France, Italy, Germany switch places. Germany gets the Italian Navy, France gets the German Navy, and Italy gets the French Navy. Who's the biggest winner or loser? On September the 1st, 39... Germany's probably the biggest winner because it gets a much bigger navy, much more capable navy. France, I'm going to say France is probably the biggest loser because whilst in terms of modern capital ships, they're probably in about the same boat, roughly speaking, they've now got some somewhat overhyped heavy cruisers and nothing else in terms of cruisers and destroyers that's particularly brilliant, and not many of them. Whereas the Italians were semi on a par with the French, so although the Richelieus are a little bit further off from completing than the Littorios, it's not a massive step down for the Italians. Whereas the French getting the German Navy, you know, they no longer have the light forces to contest the Italians, who are the ones they're mostly thinking about. They now have a numerical disadvantage of light forces against the Germans, because the Germans have now got theirs. And they've got the 2 Scharnhorsts instead of the 2 Dunkirks, and they've got 2 Bismarcks completing instead of 2 Richelieus. So they've got their capital ship forces, but everything else has had its knees cut out from under them. The Germans are the biggest winners, though, because they now have lots of light forces and fairly decent ones, which they didn't have before, and they've got an extra pair of big battleships on the build because of Imperial and Roma are under construction, and they've got more battleships as well because they've got the Duilios, the Cavours, plus the first 2 Littorios getting ready to go. Tyler Dunn. Would the combined Japanese fleets in the days leading up to the Battle of Leyte Gulf be able to defeat the British home and Mediterranean fleets the day before Hood was sunk? Let's have a think about this. Combined Japanese fleets in the days leading up to the battles of Leyte Gulf. So that's 2 Fusos down with the Southern Force, Kongo, Haruna, Nagato, Yamato. In the days leading up to Leyte Gulf, technically, also Musashi. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 5 battleships, including 2 Yamatos, plus 2 battle cruisers. And then you've got a bunch of carriers with minimal aircraft, and a bunch of relatively nice cruisers, but they're all cruisers that are around pre-war, versus basically most of the British fleets the day before Hood was sunk. So you're talking about, what have they lost by that point? They've lost Royal Oak, well, much as I hate to say it, because of family loss on there, that's not tremendous loss to the Royal Navy battle line in terms of the material of the ship. They've still got Repulse and Prince of Wales, obviously. Barham, I think Barham's still around at that point, possibly. They've still got most of their carriers minus Courageous and Glorious. Still got Royal. Running through the capital ship losses. Yeah, okay. So you've got 2 So it's the day before Hood is sunk. So you've got the 3 battle cruisers. So Hood, Renown, and Repulse can probably handle Congo and Haruna quite handily. You've got 2 King George V's. Probably got all the Queen Elizabeths. You've got 4 R's. And you've got Nelson and Rodney to take on Fuso, Yamashiro, Nagato, and the 2 Yamatos. Okay. And then the carriers. Weirdly enough, the British will then have carrier superiority, carrier aircraft superiority against the Japanese, because the Japanese have plenty of flight decks and not a tremendous amount to operate from them, whereas the British will have a reasonable number of flight decks, but at least they'll actually have aircraft to run off of them. And cruiser-wise, there's a lot more British cruisers and there's a lot more British destroyers in the combined British fleets than there are in the Japanese fleets. So really, battleship engagement-wise, I mean, Fuso and Yamashiro, stick the Congo, stick the R's after them. That'll deal. That's 2-to-1 odds. That'll deal with those. And then so you've got Nagato, Musashi, and Yamato. And to deal with that, you've got Nelson, Rodney, King George V, Prince of Wales, and the 2 R and the Queen Elizabeths. So at that point, you can actually have, if you wanted to split completely equally, you could have a King George V, a Nelson, and 2 Queen Elizabeths go after each Yamato. The Yamatos might take a butcher's bill from that, but that's an awful lot of firepower from an awful lot of individual targets, which can probably afford to take them down. In reality, you'd probably put the 2 Nelsons against and 2 Queen Elizabeths against one, and the 2 King George V's and 2 Queen Elizabeths against the other. Again, it's the same kind of thing. You've got the Yamatos having to fight 2 very heavily armoured targets, not necessarily armoured against 18-inch shells at the closer or medium ranges, but still fairly well protected. Yeah, it's just sheer weight of numbers at that point that's going to do the Yamatos in, because they will eventually lose things like fire control and such to incoming levels of fire. The only, well, actually, no, if everything's combined, the Japanese don't even have the advantage of speed because they're tied to Fuso and Yamashiro. Otherwise, the Yamato and Musashi would have some freedom of engagement because only the battle cruisers and King George V would be able to keep up with them. But if they're tied into the battle line, they don't even have that. Jean Pirilla, I think. What do you consider to be the most unrealistic aspect of naval arcade games such as World of Warships? Probably the damage model. I can understand why they don't do it in terms of having flooding and gradual loss of capability, because it would be incredibly annoying. If you have your ship, but it's being damaged or crippled to such an extent that you can only crawl around the map at 6 or 7 knots with 1 turret working. And even then, because of your list, you can't fire at anything other than extremely long range, or possibly you can't fire except at extremely short range, because the list is affecting how far your gun will elevate true off of the horizon. That's probably the single most unrealistic element of it. But it's also understandable as to why that is. Back, for those of you who did used to play the World of Warships beta, they did actually have that kind of mechanic of flooding and listing and all of that kind of stuff, and they took it out pretty much for that reason. October Nid asks, Il Marinen, Tirpitz, Yamato and Roma taken from the moments of their destruction, repaired, crewed, supplied and dropped off 100 metres astern of the NJ Fjord on the 31st of May 1916. That's the freighter that was blowing off steam and caused the Battle of Jutland. All their clocks and maps tell them where they are. They've got their full memories, including knowing that they're about to die. We've looked at the majority of what these ships could do in the battle to come, but to the best of your judgment, what would they do? What would they do? Well, Tirpitz obviously is going to side with the Germans. Ilmarinen could go either way, but probably matters the least, because even in its World War II configuration, it's still at a major disadvantage against full-scale battleships. Yamato and Roma are possibly something of the wild cards, because Roma, at the time of its destruction, was sailing to surrender, but obviously had been part of the Italian Navy when it was against the Allies. Yamato, obviously, again, also part of the Navy that was fighting against the Allies. But at the same time, both Italy and Japan are on the side of the Allies in 1916. And if they know exactly what's going on, they know that. So, yeah, whilst Ilmarinen, it doesn't really matter who they side with, Tirpitz will definitely go with the Germans. It's going to be a big roll of the dice with Yamato and Roma. If they go with the allegiances that their respective nations had up until very recently when they were displaced, then they will also side with the Germans and things get very bad for the British. But if they realise that they are in fact trapped in 1916, and if they want to go home, they will need to honour the alliances that exist in this time period, then Yamato and Roma might then turn and try and fight for the Allies, at which point there's going to be a very short and brutal slugging match with Tirpitz at point-blank range before they go off and join the Grand Fleet. So, yeah, it basically depends on how much they want to be in a version of home, even if it's not the home they just came from. Whiskey Delta Golf, what would a carrier battle, say, between the Royal Navy and the US Navy have looked like in 1930? Interesting and long, because you would have had, in terms of operational carriers, Saratoga, Lexington, and Langley, Rangers still under construction, being in the process of being commissioned. So you'd have the US with 2 big carriers and a small carrier, and then you'd have the British would have Courageous, Glorious, Furious, Eagle, Argus, and Hermes. So the British have twice as many flight decks, but individually carrying fewer aircraft. There's no radar. There's minimally effective anti-aircraft armament. It would have looked messy. They would have had to find each other in the first place, to be honest. I think a lot of it would have depended on whose carrier doctrine actually won out, because the British would have been operating their carriers mostly in support of the battle fleet directly, trying to inflict damage to allow the fleet to close in. The Americans would have been targeting the enemy carriers as quickly as they could right from the get-go. The thing is, say, with the relative lack of anti-aircraft armament and, you know, the lessons of damage control that we'll learn from the early part of World War II not in play here, there's a reasonable chance that the American supposition that an attack on a carrier that arrives will get through and will knock out the carrier, so it's important to hit first. If that plays out, then the British have the advantage because they can afford to trade hull for hull, and they'll still have 3 carriers at the end of the day, and the Americans won't have any. The Americans could even get their attacks in first, and obviously Langley is the least capable of all the carriers present. The Americans could even get their attacks in first, knock out three British carriers, and then the British counterattack knocks out their 3 carriers, and the British are still coming out on top of it. So, yeah. I think at that point it is, because of the limitations when it comes to spotting and the relative paucity of anti-aircraft armament, it really just comes down to how many decks have you got, and therefore how long can you sustain operations. Chain Gun 1701 has obviously read the Temeraire series, because he asks, you're in charge of developing weapons for the early 1800s Navy, but in addition to normal ships, your opponents have flying, fire-spitting dragons. Said dragons have also been known to drop 150-pound iron balls on ships in diving attacks, but can only fly about 120 miles out to sea before they have to turn back. You're charged with developing and procuring weapons to defend the fleet from this threat. I'm probably at that point going to be thinking along the lines of adapting from mortars, because mortars are already giving you high angle fire. So if you take a lighter weight weapon like a 9-pounder or a 12-pounder or something along those lines, and basically come up with some kind of weird hybrid of a swivel mount and a mortar bed mount, so heavy duty enough to withstand the shock and recoil, but rotatable and trainable as opposed to the more fixed type of mortar. Then you mount those bow and stern and load them with grape shot. That's basically going to be your semi-anti-aircraft gun. That's pretty much all you can really do at that point. Unless, of course, if they're breathing fire on your ship, they're going to have to be pretty close. So maybe also some kind of anti-air carronade. Because if you can get a 32 or 64-pounder anti-air carronade mount and just load it up like they did on Victory with a small keg of musket balls, that'll probably be the ultimate in grape shot for that kind. And at that kind of close range, you probably will actually guarantee a fair number of hits. Oh, we're nearly there. Cracked Cactus asks, tanks these days have interesting armour schemes with things like Dorchester armour that's a combination of different materials, including ceramics and depleted uranium, with some tank armour packages. Could a modern battleship use this effectively as armour, as an armour scheme, and what would the protection likely scale to? Would depleted uranium work better than hardened steel? I mean, it would work against certain types of attack, but the biggest problem is that modern anti-ship munitions, by and large, have been configured to attack ships with their current levels of armour. There are some missiles from the mid-Cold War period, as I'm given to understand, that do have things like very large shape-charged warheads, and just generally very large as a whole, that were specifically designed to deal with the possibility of having to go up against armoured vessels. So whilst modern missile technology has followed a slightly different path because they now don't really have to, it wouldn't be too difficult for them to be put back into that kind of position. And, okay, a ship armed with modern composite armour would be able to resist a simple kinetic impact a lot better than a ship of sort of the World War II period, but still, if you've got a modern missile that weighs a couple of tons travelling at Mach 5, it's precious little any reasonable amount of armour, no matter how advanced, is going to do to stop it. There is some physical material limits to what you can do and still remain afloat. And follows up because he forgot to send 2 questions, so this is July and August questions for him. The other one is, what would be more useful in World War II, a Nimitz-class battle group or Barksdale AFB with B-52s and a refueling group? Probably the B-52s, because the US doesn't need that much help in winning the naval war in the Pacific, but I'd guess a group of B-52s with modern navigation and aiming systems would be incredibly handy for knocking out key targets like oil refineries and factories in Europe and things like that, and shipyards and such like, and doing the same thing in Japan as well, at a speed and height where they can't be really intercepted anyway. Um, Firemind. If you're the head of the hypothetical navy during peacetime arms race leading up to the Great War, your government has said you can have the funds to produce half a battleship, 3 halves of a cruiser, 5 destroyers, and 15 smaller boats and ships every year, or instead of building a new ship, you can modernise 2 existing ones. You decide you're going to save the money and produce larger classes at once, but have fewer ships built in between, say 4 battleships and a class at once, but you only get new battleships every 8 years. What balance of building new ships and modernising old ships do you want? But you don't know when the war will start. How do you space your ship's development and launch, and how big do you make your classes? So if I've got half a battleship a year, I'd probably do a pair of battleships every 4 years, because between construction time, commissioning time, and trial time, that's probably enough for me to learn everything I need to know from that set of battleships to inform the next ones. So yeah, I'll probably be operating on a 4-year production schedule. Destroyers probably operating on a 2-year production schedule, because then I can get a flotilla at once. Cruisers probably on a 4-year production schedule for the same reasons as battleships, because then I get 6 at a time. So that's a decent squadron unit. If it's a run up to the Great War, I'm probably not going to modernise much of my old stuff, because it's going to be all pre-Dreadnought era stuff and therefore not particularly useful. K Wolf X asks, firstly, Lord Churchill's proposed invasion of the island of Borkum or of Schleswig-Holstein, was this amateur strategy potentially as bad or worse than Gallipoli, or missed opportunity? I'd say it's a good idea on paper, because of the objective of rather massively distracting the Germans from what else is going on. But in practice, much worse than Gallipoli, because even in an ideal world scenario where you somehow land unopposed, you're now tied in place, and the Germans can and will counter move and throw that back. And whilst they are dealing with your landed forces, assuming that assuming best case, and you actually even get to land them in the first place, your naval forces are now going to be bottled up by U-boats who don't have to worry about trying to find their targets all that much. And once you've been torpedoed and mined to death, the High Seas Fleet has exactly what it wants, because it has a portion of your naval forces pinned in place and ready, lined up to be attacked, with all your possible avenues of escape closed off by your aforementioned U-boats and mines. So yeah, it's not really going to be a workable thing. Colin Williams asks, the performance characteristics of a modern battleship, by modern I mean building something like a King George V or similar design, but using modern material science and construction techniques like an all-welded hull. We're not talking about loading up with microships or classified systems, just producing with World War II era tech, and then comparing her performance with the original, such as armor speed, shell velocity, etc. Well, so effectively, if you're using modern materials technology to construct a treaty-era battleship, you're going to get a fair bit more out of it, because you're going to have assuming you even stick with steam turbines, and for sake of simplicity, let's say you do, you're talking about 2 or 3 generations more advanced steam turbines, so less size, higher power output, etc. Since we're just talking about material tech rather than electronics tech, we'll ignore radar and stuff, but so you're going to get a lot more power, which means you can either go a lot faster, or you can save the space and save the weight to go at the same speed and then have a bunch of extra weight left over for other things. You've got your armour. Now, your armour, of course, you can use modern material science to either have some kind of fancy steel alloy, or potentially, since it's materials, as was suggested in another question, you could go with some kind of composite armour that would be particularly good at resisting heavy gauge shells, which would vastly improve your protection. You'd probably go with probably a sandwich system, I would guess, where you might have modern composite armours backed by steel just in case. So you potentially, and you could actually do that multiple layering, because you've got the weight to save, because if you're still sticking with 28 knots, your machinery plant's going to be a lot smaller. You can use modern propellants, and with some modern metallurgy stuck on the guns as well, yeah, you're going to get your guns shooting a lot more accurately, higher velocity, a lot more consistently. And yeah, I suppose for material science, that's probably about all the major improvements you're going to need. Because as you said, we're not touching the electronic side of things, but effectively you're going to end up with a battleship that is, I wouldn't say it's not immune, because you can't armour everywhere, but its armoured areas are probably immune to anything the enemy can reasonably throw at it, including most bombs. Your guns are probably going to punch well above their weight. Their sort of performance is going to be likely similar in terms of level of difference to the way that, say, the Alaska's 12-inch guns, which were about as powerful as old 14-inch weapons. So if you're using a 14-inch weapon, it's probably going to hit as hard as a pretty decent 16-inch gun, and if you're using a 16-inch gun, it's probably going to hit as hard as an 18-inch gun, possibly even more. And you've got the armour to stand up to pretty much anything the enemy can throw at you, so your battleship's going to be massively more capable. Vintage Car History asks, as you know, I've posted episodes I thought would not be liked very much, but got good reviews, impressions, and engagements. And yeah, so once again, if anyone else wants to know about vintage car history, he's definitely the place to go to. Obversely, I've posted stuff that I thought was awesome and received a big yawn. For the former, the recent Inventing the Wheel episode fits this build, whilst number 11, Amédée Bollé, I thought would perform way better than it did. In both of those categories, which of your videos surprised you by its performance, and which were you most disappointed by in their performance? The single biggest surprise, I think, was probably the first video I did on USS Texas, the one when she was only 104. I put that together because I'd been asked to. I quite enjoyed it, but I thought, it's an older ship. It's not the most famous of the US museum ships. You've got the Iowas there for big and impressive, and you've got the Constitution there for the age. So I thought, well, I quite liked the video, but I wasn't expecting it to do spectacularly, and it did. It kicked off in a major way. And a lot of people seem to like it. So yeah, that would be the one that I was most surprised by how well it did. I wasn't expecting it to do badly, but I wasn't expecting it to go to the level that it ended up going to. Videos I was most disappointed by, I'd say at this stage probably the Vasa ones, because I think they're genuinely really good. There's okay, fair enough. There's a fair bit of it is obviously at the moment is talking to Dr. Fred Hocker, and okay, maybe people don't like that kind of interview format, but there are pictures to look at, and there's definitely a lot of really good information to listen to. And excuse me, I spent a fair bit of time gathering that information. Obviously Dr. Hocker was very generous with his time and expertise as well, and there's a load of really good information about that. And Vasa's not exactly an unknown ship, but for whatever reason those two videos haven't really picked up the same numbers of views that I would have thought they would. So yeah, I would say those at the moment, in terms of how I expected them to do versus how they're actually doing, that's probably the ones I'm a little bit put out about. But, you know, there's still a couple more to come on Vasa, so we shall see. Maybe one on 17th century gunnery will pick up a few more views. I mean, those people who have watched those videos seem to enjoy it quite a lot. It's just not as many people are watching it in the first place. I will continue to make them, because, as I say, there's the museum to review, which is going to be a whole video in and of itself. That'll include, obviously, a look at the ship as it stands at the moment, and there's a whole section on 17th century gunnery and how that works, and I think that is really, really good, and I think for a lot of people like that. General Dipper asks, a helpful if grossly misguided time traveller gives the Nelsonian Royal Navy repulsor lift technology that's powered by rum, sodomy and the lash. Without interaction with water, but with about the same amount of freeboard and displacement by class, how do ships' designs change? Turtle ships, Borg cubes, giant wooden badgers. Repulsor lift technology is going to make finding somewhere safe to put the magazines very interesting. Although, you know, if you've got repulsor lift technology, you can now take ships onto land. So giant floating batteries that can just sail over land will make land engagements a bit difficult, because Napoleon can have his grand battery, but his grand battery is going to pale into insignificance when, you know, half a dozen hovering ships of the line show up. That's probably going to be the single biggest revolution. Although the idea of a first-rate ship of the line desperately trying to disentangle itself from some trees it's been blown into is quite amusing. Oh well. Right, so one more Patreon question, then we're on to the Super Chat questions, and then we're on to everyone else. Warren Jervey, if Germany in August and September 1914 adhere more closely to the original von Schlieffen plan, thus passing much closer to the French Channel ports than was historically the case, despite failing to capture Paris, the front is established south of the Seine River to the west of Paris, such that the German army occupies the French coast from Mont Saint-Michel to the Belgian border. Due to the rapidity of the advance, the ports of Calais and Le Havre are captured intact. Cherbourg is only moderately destroyed by the retreating French army. From a naval perspective, how does this, 1, affect Germany's ability to interdict Allied commerce, both by submarine and surface radar? 2, impact the Allies' ability to blockade German commerce? 3, affect the capability of Germany to maintain or enlarge its navy by using captured port facilities and other North French industrial mineral and industrial assets? And 4, permit any strategic redeployment of the High Seas Fleet assets to better counter the Allied fleets? And finally, how would the Royal Navy and French Navy change fleet deployments or change building programs to counter this strategic shift? So, in terms of the Germans' ability to interdict Allied commerce, that is quite significant, because it puts the submarines a lot closer to the areas they want to hunt in. And also very, very much closer to Allied troop convoys, which in and of themselves are now going to have to relocate further down the coast. So British troop convoys and supply convoys now have to go via a longer route. So that's going to be a major impact. Will it impact the Allies' ability to blockade German commerce? Not that much, to be honest, because the major Allied blockade is up in the North Sea. That's not going to be affected. And the Allies still have control of the western part of the Channel, so nothing's coming in there either. Although maybe some parts of the Channel might look a little bit more attractive to blockade runners. But broadly speaking, the Allies' blockade is not dependent on those ports. Will it affect the capability of Germany to maintain or enlarge its navy using captured port facilities? I don't think the Germans would get that much benefit from those particular facilities, because if nothing else, the British have an extensive series of plans on how to deal with those facilities and ports from all the tension they've had with the French over the past several hundred years. So if the Germans do manage to pull it off, probably the first thing they're going to do is dust those plans. The Royal Navy will dust those plans off and come in and blow up a lot of stuff. And also, any ships that the Germans build or that Germans try and base there in terms of surface assets, they've got to get through the Straits of Dover, which is going to be a horrible bottleneck for them because the Royal Navy can have everything down to tiny little coastal motor torpedo boats and destroyers and subs and everything else. But it's not a good place for the Germans to try and have large surface units in the middle of the war. And similarly, any redeployment of the High Seas Fleet passes through a choke point where everything the Royal Navy has that they can throw at it can be used. So they probably will change their fleet deployments to counter that, because the submarine and light raiding forces presence will be very dangerous. And so more light forces and such will have to be deployed to counter, but it's not going to affect the strategic balance of where the big fleets are going. Right, well, that's all the Patreon stuff. And now we have the Super Chat questions that have been building up. Redneck Fury, why do diesel ships like the Deutschlands have funnels? They don't need draft, so wouldn't venting to the water make more sense in that case? They don't need draft like boilers do, but it still helps. The fuel has to burn, is still burning. There is still burning fuel. It still needs oxygen supplies and so forth. Also, the fumes, you do really want them away from your ship. If you don't have a funnel at all, they're just boiling up over the deck. That's not good. And if you have them venting into the water, well, one, there's a vulnerability because water can track back when the pressure drops when you slow down. And two, you've now got a bunch of hot and potentially toxic fumes bubbling up around your ship, which is not going to do your crew any favours. So at that point, just having a funnel as a method to get the fumes away from the ship and crew is pretty much what you need and what you want. Cairo Palmer, why did the French aircraft carrier Bern have torpedoes? Yeah, if it had torpedo launchers. Yeah, so it did. Where are they being carried? Oh, underwater broadside tubes. That's going to be a legacy of the fact that it is the converted hull of a Normandy-class battleship, and it would have been more expensive to rip them all out, given the stage that Bern was at, than it would have been to just leave them in place. So yeah, that's not an intentional design feature as a carrier. It's simply a fact of, well, the Normandy-class battleship Bern was going to have them. They were there when they were converting it, and so that was that. Yeah, it wasn't a kind of, like, let's say, like with Beatty trying to give Eagle a bunch of above-water torpedo launchers. They might have seen some utility in it, because obviously at the time in the 1920s there was still this thought that carriers could end up in fights with cruisers. So at that point, if you are an aircraft carrier and you do end up in a fight with a light or heavy cruiser, well, being able to lob a few torpedoes their way can't exactly hurt, but it would have been a much more secondary concern. Jake Miller saying it has some above water torpedoes. Okay, if it does, I'm not entirely sure why it would do that, but I'd have to look into that a bit more. The problem is to check that specifically. I would look at my book on French battleships, because that would at least tell me what Bern was originally supposed to be equipped by. But you probably don't want to see me sitting down and reading for another 5-10 minutes checking things out. Let's see if there's a copy, a digital copy somewhere. Oh, above water mounts. Thank goodness for my thank goodness for my Kindle copy of French battleships. Ah, okay. So right, okay. So the underwater tubes are what was going to be fitting to Ben. That makes sense. Also have above water mounts for and carries 8 torpedoes. Okay, fair enough. Well, almost certainly, again, for this idea of the carrier potentially having to engage surface targets if they got too close to it, which, to be fair, for the French, with one carrier and a smaller navy, is probably a bit more of a valid concern than for anybody else who's operating a carrier in that period. Yeah, I mean, they're definitely not going to be using it in conventional warfare. They're not going to be using it on their own targets, because that's what your aircraft are for. They will be at those numbers of 4 above water launchers with 8 tubes. They're basically going to be a deterrent for potentially fighting enemy cruisers who might get a bit too close. That's pretty much it. Michael O'Brien, had the saner Japanese admirals survived or not committed seppuku in the early war years, how would that have affected the later war years? I mean, it's not going to win Japan the war, but if they've got the saner and more competent admirals actually still in command, then individual fights might have been a lot harder. So, like, if you got people like Mikawa not sidelined and so forth, it will cost the US and then the Allies a lot more as they get closer and closer. So something like the Battle of the Philippine Sea, i.e. the Great Marianas Turkey Shoot, that I mean, it will still end with a US victory, but it might well end with a US victory which has still cost the US some ships, some big ships, maybe some carriers, especially if it's much better coordinated. Something like the Battle of Leyte Gulf, if you've got a pretty good surface action oriented admiral instead of Kurita, then, you know, even something as simple as going, maybe that thing that looks like a destroyer probably is a destroyer, maybe we should switch to HE a little bit earlier, that might let them chew through Taffy 3 a lot faster than they did. I'm going to copy that one down. Yes, I did. Okay. Christopher asks... Christopher asks... what would have been done to upgrade the R-class to make them more viable for service in both theatres? Were they too useless for anything but deterrent? The problem with the R-class is, you know, their guns are as good as almost any other in the fleet. Their guns, in and of themselves, they're as lethal as those on the QEs, Hood, Renown, Repulse, because they are the same guns. What could have been done... The easiest thing that could have been done would be to give them the modified turrets to allow them to elevate to 30 degrees the same way the modernized ships were. They were given superchargers instead, but although that's useful, it probably would have been better to give them the 30-degree elevation. The problem is, because of their initial lower speed, and the fact they're smaller than the QEs as well, so there's less deck space to improve them. The main thing they need is that additional speed, so a big modernization. But if you do that, if you did a like-for-like replacement of their machinery with modern machinery, you're freeing up minimal displacement and space for upgrading their anti-aircraft batteries, which is going to be fairly needed. And whilst you might get them up to a little bit faster, they're still not going to be fast battleships. You might get them up to, with that kind of effort, but without kind of major rebuild, like the Italians with their ships putting new bows and bow extensions on, and what the Japanese did to the Congos. You might get them up to, well, refresh machinery would put them up to a minimum 23 knots their original speed. You might get them up to 25-ish, maybe pushing 26. Which will probably put them in this, speed-wise, in the ballpark of being about as useful as a modernised QE, but unless you go for the full modernisation with the new fire control systems and anti-aircraft batteries, they're still not going to be quite as useful as a modernised QE. So, yeah, it's about what's realistic. If you wanted to go full hog and you didn't worry about costs, then yeah, you could replace all their machinery, give them a QE style rebuild. They'd probably maybe only be able to fit 8 4.5s aside because they're a bit smaller, but then you would have ended up with a pretty decent, pretty useful, maybe 25, 26 knot ship, but with a slightly minimal AA armament. So you could probably, the best you could probably hope to make them is like Queen Elizabeth or Valiant, but not quite as good. Frank Spazzato, have you ever played the game Armada Invincible? No, I have not. Never even heard of it until now. But yeah, to answer Christopher's question, if they'd been upgraded in that way, they would have been pretty useful. But if you're going to spend that kind of money, you probably want to get Barham and Malaya fully upgraded first, and Repulse, and Hood, because all of those would be much more useful upgraded than spending that money on the R's. Fushi Smith, how are black powder cannons aimed, and how did they spot the fall of shot when firing a full broadside? Did they have sights, or was it just eyeballed? Depends on the period. Black powder cannon could have basic iron sights on them. It was definitely a feature on some ships in the War of 1812, especially on the US side, and on some of the better British ships. In terms of aim, it's literally aim down gun. The range isn't that long. So aim down gun, if you have sights in the latter period, aim down sights. And spotting the fall of shot with a full broadside, you're literally trying to hit the broadside of a somewhat more heavily armed barn, so you'd look for the general splash effects. But the whole point of a broadside was a cluster of shots, so that the majority hopefully would hit. If you were firing a rolling broadside, then you might try and spot where your particular ball went. But the thing is, with the inaccuracies that came in with most guns because of windage and so forth, as long as your ball was somewhere in the general vicinity of where you'd sighted down the barrel or using your iron sights, you probably wouldn't be too worried about spotting the exact fall of shot. It would only be if significant amounts of shot went way over or way under that you'd start worrying about that kind of thing. Cody85, did Admiral Creator ever find out the true makeup of Taffy 3? What was his opinion on the battle? I don't know about his exact opinion on the battle. I'm pretty sure he did give an opinion either later in the war or post-war. But they did eventually realise the makeup of Taffy 3, which is why they switched to HE right at the end. But by that point, it was far, far, far too late to actually change anything. Sage of Irrelevance. Warspite was sent to be broken up in 47, whilst the other QEs were sent in 48. Why was Warspite sent first? Wasn't Valiant damaged in an accident? Valiant was damaged in an accident, but although she was no longer fit to be a frontline warship, as a whole, she was still useful as an accommodation vessel. Whereas Warspite had taken such a battering in the latter stages of the Second World War that, well, one of her turrets was basically permanently broken. There was a patched socking great hole in the hull from the Fritz X attack. There were all other sorts of bits and pieces of damage she'd picked up over the time. She was just not in a... She wasn't in a fit state even to be used as an accommodation ship without some major work. So, unfortunately, it made a certain kind of sense, because you could get some use out of Valiant, QE, and to a certain extent Malaya while you were waiting for them to be scrapped. There was precious little you could do with Warspite unless you were specifically trying to grab things, unless you're trying to preserve it. Theories and speculation. Super chat question was lost on one of the first... there you go. Right, so this is the one that went missing because the thing was delayed. What are your thoughts and opinions on the polymeric Egyptian Navy, especially the polymeric Egyptian Tessera Conteres? I probably mean Ptolemaic, I think, at that point. So, obviously, properly ancient naval history like that I have looked at to a certain degree, but not a vast amount as compared to Age of Sail, and definitely as compared to 1850 to 1950. So, yeah, Ptolemaic... I mean, one of the things that's with the Tessera Conteres is, what the heck was the Tessera Conteres? I mean, you've got these ideas for this giant catamaran with effectively a couple of football pitches worth of deck in between of it, or just a very, very large multi-banked oared warship. There's all sorts of things that it could be, and I'd personally be very interested to find out what exactly, if anyone has any definitive idea on what the thing actually was, other than obviously a massive prestige piece. In terms of the general Ptolemaic Egyptian Navy, I mean, it was held to be a pretty serious force, amongst other things. It's one of the reasons why Mark Antony fled to Egypt. And when you had the Battle of Actium, it was a case of actually, if I remember correctly, the combined forces of Mark Antony and the Egyptian fleet had the advantage in heavy ships, but the fleet of Octavian had the advantage in numbers of ships and more agile ships. So, at the time, like in head-to-head, one-on-one, the Egyptian Ptolemaic Navy was a pretty heavy force to be reckoned with. It's just that it seems to have lacked the, I guess if you like, smaller escort ships that would allow those big ships to get their heavy ramming attacks and boarding actions in without being flanked and mobbed. Mark Bass, HMS Caroline versus a Fletcher-class destroyer. It's probably going to go the Fletcher's way, to be perfectly honest. Yes, Caroline is bigger, but it's not faster. Yes, it has notionally more armour, not that it's going to make that much difference. And yes, it has more guns, and yes, those guns are heavier, if only just. But Caroline is a World War I era light cruiser. The rate of fire and the level of fire control present on a Fletcher is going to be much, much superior to her. And even in her World War II guys, well, at that point Caroline is acting as a training vessel. She's still in service to a degree. In her World War II guys, she might stand a bit more of a chance, but between the speed advantage, torpedo advantage, rate of fire advantage on her guns, and the fact that got probably almost certainly going to have better fire control system, the Fletcher would still have an advantage even against a World War II era Caroline, although the World War II era Caroline with the intervening attention she would have got in the interwar period, stands a somewhat better chance of landing a few nasty hits. But the Fletcher's still going to have a considerable advantage even then. Okay. Galdir Ioni, what would you say was the top hold my grog moment in naval history? Oh, there's so many to choose from. I would say, off the top of my head, the first thing that comes to mind is something you've probably heard me mention several times before, which is the Battle of Kiberon Bay. Because it takes place in the dark, in a massive storm. The French are trying to exploit local knowledge and the fact that the conditions are not... the conditions are worsening, so if they get in first, the conditions for the British following them are going to be still worse. And the British just charge in anyway. It's in contravention. It's almost... it's as much in contravention of all diktats of pre-existing naval warfare as Nelson slipping in behind the anchored French line at the Nile or something like that. Lesson 1, you don't blindly charge in after an opponent in their own home turf because they know it better than you. Lesson 2, you definitely don't charge into an enemy harbour that's known to have lots of rocks and shoals. Lesson 3, you definitely don't charge into an enemy harbour in the middle of a massive storm. I mean, lesson 4, you don't go into any harbour in a massive storm if you can possibly avoid it. And lesson 5, you definitely don't do any of the above at night. And yet the British go, that's a nice set of war lessons. Be a pity if someone ignored them and go charging in anyway. Christopher S. also pointing out, USS England just going, submarines. You mean easy to solve math problems? Tyler Adams, if the US had decided to fund a large navy in the 1790s, what would that composition look like in the War of 1812, and would it embarrass the Royal Navy in combat? One-on-one maybe. Overall, no. The US economy of the late 1700s, early 1800s is not in any way, shape or form capable of constructing a fleet to rival any of the large European powers, let alone the Royal Navy, in terms of size. But if they do fund a large navy, well, the thing is, if they decide to fund as big a navy as they can in the 1790s, once the 6 frigates are built, they're probably not going to build other frigates to that scale, because once you start building large-ish numbers of ships, the attractions of building more smaller, lighter vessels begin to show themselves. So instead of building big stuff like the Constitution and the President and the United States, etc., you'll probably see more ships like Chesapeake will probably be like the upper end, and you'll probably see a lot more actual 5th rates and actual 6th rates being built. Maybe more ships like the Essex. They would have some 74s. They did have a class of 74 gun 3rd rates being laid down at the time. They'd probably build another run of those in between the 1790s and the War of 1812. They might build 1 or 2 first rates as flagships. So you'd probably be looking at a fleet of around a dozen ships of the line, with maybe 1 or 2 first rates as the leading elements or flagships. And then you'd probably be looking at the original 6 frigates, maybe a couple of dozen more, absolute max, of which the predominant number would be Essex type smaller frigates. So the Royal Navy definitely wouldn't be able to enter into the War of 1812 with the kinds of shipping numbers and types that they did historically, because there's a much bigger force opposing them. But also the Royal Navy would have the numbers to put a fleet out there. Basically, it would force the Royal Navy to take the Americans seriously. They would have to put a full-size fleet of 18 to 24 ships of the line, plus backups and rotation units, off the US coast and keep it there, which would probably draw down a reasonable amount on what they would using to face off against the French. Yeah. Colin Williams, if you can drop that to me in Discord message or something similar to that. I do remember your question, but I don't remember the details of that question. But I do remember that you want it to be delayed. So yeah, if you can drop me the details of that in Discord, or yeah, probably Discord is probably the best at that point. If you've got Discord. If you haven't, try and mention it in the chat, and I'll see if I can think of something else. Colin Cameron says, for a Drac action figure, just repaint Tony Stark. A little bit later than my armour. Animal 16365. I was looking at the cross-sectional view of the Richelieu class battleship's armour profile, and it looks like the ship uses both inclined armour and turtleback armour. Am I seeing this wrong? Let's have a look at a Richelieu armour scheme. Right, okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, so yes, the Richelieu is there. Flipping thing. Is using inclined armour for the main belt. However, it is not using a turtleback armour scheme as its primary defence. Because if you look, yes, there is an angled bit of armour that connects to the lower part of the main belt, 2 inches thick. There's a 1.5 inch flat armour deck plate that connects to the top of that slope. However, if you look a bit higher, there is a considerably thicker, kind of over 5 inch armour deck, which is flat, which connects to the top of the armour belt, and that is the main armour belt. So this is the all or nothing element. You've got the inclined armour with the main armour deck atop it, which is similar to the Iowas. If you look at the Iowas, they've got their inclined armour and then the main armour deck joining onto the top of that. Same with the Yamato, same with the Montanas as designed, same with the North Carolinas, same with the King George V's. It's a modern armour layout. What that thinner lower section of armour, the bit that looks kind of like a turtleback, which is connected to the lower armour plate, is therefore is basically to stop splinters. Because even if that upper armour deck, or even the back of the armour plate, even if those main resistive parts of the armour scheme do their job, it's entirely possible that you'll get spalling and fragments, and of course high-speed spalling and fragments will do bad things, especially to machinery. So you then have this lighter weight bit of armour plating, which is then going to catch those, but it in and of itself is not the main armour, so it's not a turtleback layout as such. Craig Duncan, why did Americans paint their planes to look like sharks or other cool-looking things? Where did that come from? Long term, it comes from the tradition of painting, of humans have of painting things to look scary. It makes things more intimidating. That goes all the way back to the ancient Egyptians, and all through the Mediterranean in terms of, you know, Bronze Age and Iron Age naval combat. People are forever painting things, especially eyes for some reason, on warships to make them look scary, or to make them look alive, which possibly amounts to the same thing. And then later on you have artwork on ships to show them off, and then once you get to aircraft, which are in a lot of ways closer to almost more personal mounts than anything else, and somewhat less than like ships. So obviously horses and stuff in the medieval period, they also have personal heraldry and various bits and pieces to make them look more intimidating, especially in forms of sort of fancy shaped armour. then bring that out. Then when people get into World War One, and they've all got their own aircraft, you start to see a lot more of this kind of either aggressive or showy, very showy, or look at me, I'm daring everybody paint jobs. And that eventually evolves into things like, you know, shark's teeth and other interesting bits and pieces of paint jobs. I think there was one guy in World War One who flew around with basically every bad luck symbol he could possibly think of painted on the side of his aircraft. Like, what was it? An ace of clubs or ace of spades? One of the two, and like a black cat and a ladder, and basically he thought of everything he could possibly think of that he could put as artwork using black paint that would signify bad luck, and painted it all on the side of his aircraft, basically to show his contempt for the odds. And I think it mostly worked out for him. Bud Guy 8829. If the Lusitania wasn't attacked, does the US still enter World War One? And if they don't, how does history change? Yes, they still will. They still will, because whilst the Lusitania attack did help shift American public opinion against Germany and more in favour of war, you've got to remember that the Americans didn't enter World War One because of the Lusitania attack. It just helped steer things. There you go, Sean Quickly, thank you. That's Nungesser, apparently, is the pilot. Todd Webb, unless I missed it, I think you missed my August Patreon question. Todd, if you can just post it in chat, and I'll see if I can remember answering it. But yes, as I say, it primed US public opinion, but it was the Zimmerman telegram later on which kicked the US over into war. And to be honest, given the contents of the Zimmerman telegram, they're probably going to go to war over that one way or the other. Nosdormu89 asks, were there purpose-built Q-ships, or were Q-ships always an ad hoc arrangement? And how would you design a purpose-built Q-ship? I don't think anyone had built a Q-ship from the ground up for the explicit purpose of being a Q-ship. They did take some ships basically that were practically new and refit them quite thoroughly. But yeah, in terms of an absolute purpose-designed, purpose-built Q-ship, about the closest you could come for that would probably be when sort of taking ships up into service for turning into Q-ships, which had previously been designed to have mountings for guns in place already. But that was a general thing for sort of armed merchant cruiser purposes rather than specifically intended for Q-ship purposes. If you're going to design a purpose-built Q-ship, the thing is you've got to design it pretty much like any other merchant ship, because they've got to look like any other merchant ship. About the best you would do at that point would be to give it, instead of a cargo hold, basically give it a massive and comprehensive anti-torpedo boat, anti-torpedo defense underwater, basically a massive cellular raft apart from anything else, to resist any incoming fire that it might end up enduring. Possibly some internal armor over things like the machinery and stores like the magazines, so it doesn't show on the outside, but that would help weigh it down to make it look like a bit more like a loaded cargo vessel. The process of like quick release panels and everything for the guns is pretty standard, so you wouldn't really need to do that. It'd be more about, let's say, the defenses of the thing. So just checking a few of the question lists. Right. And keeping an eye out just in case Todd Webb sticks his question in the chat, but I'll keep an eye out for that. Ninja X Alpaca, Battle off Samar. Taffy 1 and 2 joined the fight against Center Force with the aircraft having ample time to be properly armed. How the additional destroyers, dash destroyer escorts and aircraft have made a difference in the battle. The aircraft would be the thing that would make the most difference, because for all their heroics, the Johnston and its companions were basically fighting a holding action to try and give the rest of Taffy 3 a chance to get out of there. They were never going to win on their own, and towards the end of the engagement, their increasing numbers of air attacks did help obviously do a fair amount of damage and cause Kurita to decide to retire as things built up anyway. So to be honest, in some ways actually it might actually not help until the aircraft can arrive, because having more aircraft arrive and launch attacks with torpedoes and such, that will help. Conversely, if the whole thing starts off with additional destroyers and destroyer escorts coming in, the sheer numbers of them and the type of attacks they're launching might clue the Japanese in that it's destroyers and not cruisers that they're looking at a little bit earlier. And even if you combine Taffy 1, 2 and 3's escort groups, if the Japanese are cutting loose with high explosive from their cruisers, destroyers and battleships, they're not going to, those things are not going to last very long. Hedge 1011 or Hedge 1011, whichever way. What kind of training did officers new to a ship get before being allowed to stand watch? In other words, for the North Carolina and Iowa classes, but they're both battleships, but they have different systems, handling characteristics, etc. I suppose it depends what you mean by new. Okay, Todd, I did not see that question in the chat. I'll put that in now and try and deal with that now. I didn't see that one. I don't know how, but anyway, so my apologies. So, going back to Hedge's question for the minute. So it depends on how new an officer. If you're talking about an officer fresh out of the academy, that's very different, because he'll have had some practical training experience, but you're basically going to have to get him to learn everything about his new posting first, which is going to take a lot longer. Whereas if you've got someone who is, say, like you suggest, transferred from a North Carolina to an Iowa, then whilst there are some different systems, other stuff is pretty similar, and some of the stuff they don't really need to know that much of a difference about. So if you're going to be standing watch on the bridge, you don't need to know exactly why necessarily the engines on the Iowa can let it do 33 knots instead of 28 knots. All you need to know is that it is possible. And likewise, if you're standing watch, you don't have to know the exact details of the different ballistics of the 16-inch 50 versus the 16-inch 45 gun. All you have to know is we have these guns. They're slightly different. They still have hilarious range, and they still hit hilariously hard. So, make sure gun points at enemy and order it to shoot, because the job of working out the finer details of shooting the enemy is down for the gunners rather than someone else. But obviously, if you're a new gunnery officer, then you will have to be educated in all of those things. So a lot of it depends on where those officers are going. So for standing on the bridge, something like, say, radar, if the Iowa has a better radar than the North Carolina at the time, a bridge standing watch officer could just be told, we have radar, this is its operational range and capability, it's a bit better than what you're used to, familiarize yourself with it for a bit, but it wouldn't take them too long to acclimatize to minor changes like that. And a lot of stuff like having the anti-aircraft battery basically be almost the same, at least in heavy AA, would help. Whereas if you are, let's say, a gunnery officer and you're transitioning from a 16-inch 45 to a 16-inch 50, you actually have to learn all of those differences, because that is a very specialist job that you're going to end up doing. So yeah, it basically comes down to where are you coming from and where are you going to. Tom Sedgman, Jackie Fisher is born in 1891. What does he champion? Well, if he's born in 1891, then the earliest he can join the Navy, practically speaking, is going to be late 1900s, as, the lowest of the low, rank-wise. He joins the Navy before the Crimean War, and he's only in a position, even in 1900, he's still offering lots of ideas, but he's not in a position to implement much of them. So you're talking about a 50-year career in the Navy, near enough, almost, before he's in a position to actually champion causes enough to actually cause any major influence and change. So if he's joining up in the late 1900s, okay, the promotion and stuff might be a little bit faster, but your theoretical Admiral Fisher, born in 1891, isn't going to be in the same kind of position he would be to actually make things change the way he did historically until basically the end of World War II. I'm just going to look up Admiral Cunningham. So Admiral Cunningham was born in 1883. So he becomes First Sea Lord in World War II. What about Philip Vian? He's 1894. So yeah, there you go. So you're talking, if Fisher is born in 1891, you're putting him on roughly the same position as Admiral Vian was historically. So Fisher is going to be a captain, probably of a small ship at the beginning of World War II. Assuming he survives during it, he'll be working his way up to larger vessels and then formation commands. He's some kind of admiral, so he'd probably be next in line after Vian. So he's going to become Admiral of either Admiral of the Fleet or First Sea Lord probably in the mid to late 1950s, at which point he's going to be in the mid to late 1950s. And to be honest, at that point, the main thing he just needs to champion is the continued existence of the Royal Navy. Although if he's as forward-thinking as in that period as he was back in the 1900s historically, he's probably going to be looking at pushing for nuclear-powered everything. Todd Webb asks, if the US and UK go to war in 1858, in the 1858 Pig War dispute over the Canadian border, are they friendly again by World War I, or do they hate each other? Depends on how big a conflict it blows up into. There's a lot of water that can pass under the bridge in that period. In the 1850s, Britain and France were at war with Russia. By World War I, Britain and France were allied with Russia, going to war against Germany. In 1858, Germany didn't even exist, and then went from being vaguely looked on favourably by the British to being looked on very favourably by the British to being looked on incredibly unfavourably by the British, and then the British being at war with them. So yeah, I mean, as long as as long as it doesn't blow up into another War of 1812 style, let's burn major U.S. Capitol buildings, I suspect it will probably be fine by World War One. If it's a kind of flare up conflict, shots are exchanged, and then everything eventually goes back to status quo antebellum or something vaguely approaching it, I don't think anything major is going to kick off. Apart from anything else, even if that does flare up, the greatest likelihood is it's probably resolved within 6 months to a year, and then you've got to worry about the American Civil War anyway, which is going to be somewhat more divisive, I would suggest. Alfred B228. If Empress Dowager Cixi, I think, can begin a modernization program in 1861 similar to the Japanese, what sort of effects could this reasonably have on things like the First Sino-Japanese War, Russo-Japanese War, World War I, World War II, etc.? So the Chinese were basically talking about... I mean... if it's similar to the Japanese, then for the first couple of decades, if not more, for a significantly long time, they're going to be buying foreign ships whilst trying to expand their own local shipbuilding capabilities. Because remember, the Japanese, they start off buying ironclads, and they're still buying the majority of their warships from foreign yards into the 20th century, at least in terms of the big ones. Now, they are starting to build their own capital ships. It's kind of this half between home built and built overseas by the middle of the 1900s and going forward. But it is still a thing. So with China, in theory, if they are managing to pull off something similar to the Japanese, starting in 1861, well, they're going to get a little bit ahead of the curveball. So for the First Sino-Japanese War, they'll have a bigger fleet, a better equipped fleet, hopefully a better trained fleet. The Russo-Japanese War, they'll just sit back and watch everything kick each other to pieces, maybe intervene on what they might think of as the weaker side just to draw it out a little bit. And, well, the thing is, with the further and further apart you go, the more and more difficult it is to predict, because, I mean, by World War One, probably still not in a position to majorly challenge other powers. By World War Two, in theory, again, industrially, they might well have developed to a point where they can start building up a fairly major fleet, kind of like Japan did in the 1910s and 1920s. The biggest problem is going to be how are they going to pull this off, because this is assuming effectively they become a clone of Japan, whereas China had so many internal issues with various revolutions and rebellions and corruption and everything that it's very difficult to see realistically that even if they do start this kind of modernization program, that their path to upgrading and expanding their fleet is going to be anything like as smooth sailing as the Japanese was, with the possible sole exception that if they manage to pull off something akin to it, they're probably not going to have quite as many economic bottlenecks as Japan, because they have a much larger economy in theory. Nicholas Wu pointing out, until the First Sino-Japanese War, Chinese modernization was ahead of the Japanese. It was after the defeat that Japan really pulls ahead. Yeah, but it's kind of... This is the kind of the problem. The Sino-Japanese War kind of exemplifies the issue of you can have bigger and nastier ships, so you can have the technology, but if you don't have the bureaucratic system, the somewhat less corrupt military, etc., etc., it doesn't actually make all that much difference. You can still be beaten by a theoretically smaller and less capable force, because there is a major human factor in there. Cody85, if you're shrunk to 1/10 scale and trapped on a 5-acre island in Lake Michigan, what materials and designs can you use to escape? If I'm shrunk to 1/10 scale, well, it's going to make me, what, 6 inches high? I'd probably get eaten by a bald eagle. So materials designed to escape are probably irrelevant. I will be predated, and far too quickly for my liking. Otherwise, at 6 inches high, I might as well just find the nearest log that I can pry, roll it into the water, and hope it floats to somewhere. There's not going to be a tremendous amount of 6-inch tall humans going to be able to do other than die horribly. In Frank Sposato, in the book Sea of Thunder, Commander Evans served on USS Alden at the Battle of Java Sea. His experiences in the battle helped him with fighting on Johnston at Samar. Yeah. Yes, Commander Evans was present on Alden, of course he was. Yeah, well, yes, good point. It probably made him very determined on how to stick it out in a battle where he was horribly outnumbered, which, you know, hilarious enough, he later would find himself in. Texas and LaShock, as Admiral Yamamoto, what actions would you take if USS Nimitz was not sent back to the future at the end of the final countdown and proceeded to decimate the Kido Butai? If I've got a 100,000-ton supercarrier buzzing around my head with jet fighters, I'd probably just set myself up on the bridge in a deck chair, lie back, and scream at the unfairness of the world whilst watching everything blow up around me. There's precious little else you can actually do at that point as the Kido Butai. They can, like, the US aircraft can literally just fly above your ability to reach and drop laser guided bombs on you. The best thing you can try and do to your men is for your men is surrender and hope A, that your men don't throw you overboard because you're being dishonourable and surrendering, and B, that the US forces accept your surrender and don't use you for target practice. Frank Sposato also asks, what could happen at Jutland if the Japanese Navy joined the Royal Navy with their fleet? Which select ships would you prefer they would have from that time? Well, having the Congos along would be quite handy. Bulks up the Royal Navy battle cruiser force. And, well, it would potentially mean... Well, the thing is, actually, there's a bit of a 6 of one, half dozen of another. Because if you've got the Congos, it makes it harder for BT to justify detaching 5th Battle Squadron. Because Jellicoe can just go, well, why do you need why do you need 4 Queen Elizabeths? You've got 4 Congos. You've got the numbers to be able to rotate your Invincibles and Indefatigables over. Obviously, the Invincibles went first to the Grand Fleet for gunnery practice without sacrificing your numerical edge. So at that point, it depends kind of, do the Congos stay with the battle cruiser fleet, or do they as equally confused as Evan Thomas was? They are a bit faster, so they can catch up quicker, even if they are confused. The 14-inch guns, okay, fair enough, they may not do quite as much damage as 15-inch guns, but they're still the most powerful shells present in that battle cruiser fight. They are a bit more vulnerable than the 8-inch belt armour, so they might get more easily damaged, but they're still very powerful units, so having those around, very useful. Fusos and Issei's not really going to be available. Other than that, I mean, the Kawachis, they're alright, but wouldn't necessarily want them there. More cruisers and destroyers would be quite useful, I would think. So yeah, cruisers, some of their latest cruisers and destroyers, and definitely the Congos. Bud Guy 8829, how would the world react to a war between the US and the British Commonwealth around 1930? With great confusion and trepidation, and crying into their cornflakes because the world's two largest economies have just decided to knock six bells out of each other, which means everybody else suffers, even if you're not remotely otherwise associated with the war. I mean, most of the major powers obviously are coming off of World War One. They're not going to be particularly enthused about getting involved either. If anything, some of the continental powers might see it as an opportunity to make a bit of money. Sell everything to the highest bidder. That'll help them with their own post-war rebuildings. But yeah, most of everyone is going to be like, please calm down and don't do this because our economies are fragile, and yeah, we don't want to just have everything wrecked. Plus, of course, you've got the Great Depression coming up, which is going to be even more fun, because having the Great Depression whilst the USA is in the middle of a massive war with the British Empire, that's just going to ruin the world economy even worse. It's just, yeah, it's not a fun thing. Frank Sposato, what is your best fish tale? Have you ever caught a shark? No, I have not caught a shark. I have been swimming with sharks, albeit that was in a relatively controlled environment. Probably my best fish tale was when I caught a pair of herring. Was it herring? Yes, I think it was herring. I caught a pair of herring, but they came with butter. And the reason they came with butter is because I was a small child. I was swimming off of Brighton Beach, merrily floating around in the waves, and then I saw something flash silver in the next wave trough, and I thought, oh, I wonder what that is. So off I go, paddle, 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 and what do I come across but a pair of pre-prepared herring in a plastic sealed packet with a little bit of butter, also in that pre-sealed plastic packet, merrily floating along in the ocean. And I thought, wow, child Drax looking at it and going, they really do come prepared out of the sea. Even then I knew this probably shouldn't have been there, but I thought, well, it's sealed, it's not leaked, I might still be useful and edible. Swam back to shore and gave it to my parents, said, look what I found. They had a good laugh about finding pre-prepared fish in the ocean, but concluded that since they didn't know how long it had been out there, probably wasn't the most advisable thing to try and eat it. Which was a little bit of a shame. I personally would have risked it. Christopher asks, if you could go to bed and suddenly wake up in any time or place in history, what would you choose, and would you join the Navy or stay in engineering? I'm presuming you mean in the past, because I can think of a couple of destinations in the future I might like to go. But if I could wake up at any time and place in history, and it can't be, I'm presuming also you're kind of ruling out the modern day stuff, because modern day stuff would basically consist of me just going back in time and telling my past self not to do very stupid actions and to undertake some other rather clever actions that would only really seem clever with hindsight, but there you go. But if I'm going back into the past, probably the early 1930s, and I'd stay in engineering, because I am, assuming I'm waking up in the same body that I'm going to sleep in, I'm probably a little bit too old now to work my way significantly up the naval command chain. Like joining the Navy at my age now, in 1930s, I wouldn't get as far up the food chain as I'd like before retirement would be mandated. So yeah, I'd stay in engineering, maybe try and get a job with the Navy, help with the 1930s rearmament program, and yeah, use my advanced knowledge to correct all the errors and mistakes. So that would be fun. Anything earlier than that, I'm just going to probably die horribly of some disease like the plague. Um, Frank Spazzato. 3 ships sunk in each class at roughly the same time. New Orleans class, Ticao class, Suffren class, Pola, Borodino, Cressy. Which one was the greater tragedy? Well, a lot of those went down with a lot of lives lost. So in terms of the human cost, you're not really going to be able to pick between some of the worst. But in terms of pointlessness, which probably amplifies the human side of the tragedy, probably the Cressy class, because at least pretty much all of the others at least went down fighting. Even if it was somewhat hopeless and literally caught in the searchlights, like the 3 New Orleans class that were sent down, or the Borodinos at Tsushima. But with the Cressy class, they shouldn't have been there in the first place. They were there mainly just on a point of principle rather than any particular military need, and they were so hopelessly unprepared for the whole thing that they were just picked off one after the other without any real ability to respond, or indeed really any idea of what they should be doing. So yeah, I don't know. That would be I would say the greatest tragedy because of the sheer unnecessary nature of it. Verity Pickle, would you consider shortening your Cannon Blast intro to the 5-minute guide videos? Maybe, if I can find a point along that timeline of that intro where you might be able to trim it down and sound good. But if someone can suggest a mix, I'm all ears. But given how heavy my workload is at the moment, it's probably not going to be my highest priority. And that's the last of the Iron Brew. Tyler Kuhn. If the Germans built their battle cruisers to have an equal armament to their British counterparts, as well as being more armoured, how would this affect the Battle of Jutland and the rest of World War One? Well, if we're talking about realistically, probably very badly for the German side of things, because if they're going to carry equal armament, so they're going to carry 12-inch guns and then 13.5-inch guns, and they're going to carry German levels of armour, well, then the sacrifice is going to be in speed, which is going to push their speed down to the point that the British battle cruisers can overhaul them when they are outnumbering them, basically the Germans can't escape, and the British can choose to dictate the range, so that's not good for the Germans. At Jutland, they might be able to get away with it a little bit because, obviously, the British make errors in estimating the overall range, so they get too close anyway. But it also means that, well, A, they're going to be overhauled quicker because they won't be going as quickly, and B, 5th Battle Squadron is going to arrive sooner because 5th Battle Squadron in and of themselves are probably going to be a bit faster than the German battle cruiser line at that point, and at that point that those are the superior vessels. So yeah, going ham on both guns and armor must come at the expense of speed, which for a battle cruiser that needs speed is not a good thing. You've effectively created a slightly faster than average battleship at that point, in some ways, but even then the armor of the German battle cruisers is good. It's not that good. Yes, as I've pointed out before, yes, they have an armor thickness, maximum armor thickness, which is somewhat comparable to some British battleships. However, it doesn't cover as wide an area, so they're still not quite as well protected. The flip side would be, obviously, if they built them so much bigger so that they could have the speed, the protection, and the firepower, but at that point they're going to have fewer of them, which poses problems of its own. Captain Jack 1138. I'm curious as to which of the German destroyers during World War II was the closest to being a decent vessel. Some of the earlier ones, before they went completely ridiculous on the overly large guns, weren't half bad. And weirdly enough, as you get towards the end of the 1930s, some of the larger torpedo boat classes weren't too bad either. Because they'd grown to a size and shape where they were pretty much small destroyers in and of themselves, and as small destroyers, those last torpedo boats weren't actually, if you can compare them to other small destroyers, they weren't actually too bad at all. It was the big German destroyers that really started to have the problems, because, to say that, overweight, overgunned, and very unstable. Let's have a quick check. So, yeah, it's just not good. Not a good place to be generally. I mean, the 1936B is probably not too bad. And the Type 39s, the Elbings, are definitely not too bad. And this is the weird thing. You know, the Elbings are sort of 1,300 tonner for four single gun, quote unquote, torpedo boats, but that basically puts them on a par with a lot of the older destroyers. So, yeah, those would be my two candidates. Frank Spazzato asks, in terms of that previous question about which of the three ship losses was the worst, not tragedy but affected operations the worst. Affected operations the worst. In the short to medium term, probably the New Orleans class losses. I mean, the loss of the Zaras did have a fairly chilling effect on the Italian naval operations for a short while, but they did pick themselves back up and got on with it in relatively short order. Whereas losing the three New Orleans plus, the other ships surrounding the first Battle of Savo Island, it did put the US on the back foot for a lot of the surface night actions during a lot of the Guadalcanal campaign. So that was, that would be probably the single biggest impact in operational effectiveness compared to what that operational effectiveness could have been if they weren't destroyed. E.M. Hurst, Prince Eugen is assigned to escort Bismarck instead of raiding. Does her functional radar set help evade the Royal Navy? And if it doesn't, would her additional anti-aircraft batteries have made a difference? It's not going to help her evade the Royal Navy because, remember, Bismarck successfully broke contact anyway. And then she was found by aircraft in part because of the oil slick. Prince Eugen having a functional radar set's not going to make the blindest bit of difference for that. But then would her additional anti-aircraft batteries make a difference? Well, there's more anti-aircraft guns shooting into the air, so of course that helps. How much it's going to help depends on where she is at the time that Bismarck is attacked, because if she's escorting Bismarck and she's trying to look forward with her radar, she's going to be positioned forward of Bismarck, but how much further forward and how much notice does she get of the incoming air raid. Because if she's a little bit forward and gets plenty of notice, then she can drop back as close as is operationally safe and help, and then her anti-aircraft batteries will probably make a difference, potentially. Whereas if she's operating a relatively decent distance forward and gets only minimal warning, then she probably won't be able to contribute all that much in terms of AA batteries to the radar attacks anyway. Jacob Moss, post-War of the Worlds, if the British have tripods but limited numbers of them, and the Germans have full-on land ironclads, light cruiser scale armour and weapons, but greater numbers, who wins? Probably the tripods, because, I mean, if the heat ray can go straight through the armour and decks and overall bulk of an ironclad, like a hot knife through butter, well, land ironclads with light cruiser scale armour, not going to be a problem at all to destroy. And weaponry, yes, we see in War of the Worlds that, a portable artillery gun is capable of taking out a tripod with a direct hit, but at relatively close range, and with World War I grade artillery accuracy, a land ironclad is going to be a big enough target. You can hit it with a heat ray probably far beyond the range at which they can reliably start to dial in their own artillery. And the tripods, probably being a bit more mobile at that point, can concentrate their forces, strike, heat ray a bunch of ironclads and land ironclads, and then drop away again before any superior numbers can be brought to bear. And then Frank Sposato asks, at 1 to 2400 scale, how long is 1 mile in inches? So, well, 1 mile is 63,360 inches. So, 633 divided by 2400 is 26.4 inches. So, what's that? A little over 2 feet is 1 mile. So your typical 6x4 board is about 2.5 miles by 1.8, something like that. Right, and I think that is all that I've caught up with the super chats and the... Yeah, I've caught up with the super chats and I've caught up with all the Patreon questions. And it's midnight because we started late. So, let's keep going. I mean, I've used up all my Iron Brew. So, if you're prepared to stay with me, let's see how far along we get with these questions. I'll either become so tired I'll become incoherent, or I'll lose my voice, or one of the two. So we'll see how we go. Ramal, does the US have good torpedo computers in their submarines in World War II? Yes, their fire control computers for their submarines were pretty decent for the time period. Almond19912, I'm sure you've been asked all this before, but which naval battle of World War II would you most like to have been able to observe? Probably the Battle of Denmark Strait, basically because if I'm time traveling, I'd take my 4K film camera with the socking great zoom lens and film Hood, just so we can set that whole thing aside and resolve what the heck actually happened. Because that footage will be worth a fair bit coming back. Colin Cameron, final countdown style. HMS Queen Elizabeth and her battle group find themselves in the North Atlantic on the 2nd of September 1939. How is she best used? Well, if it's final countdown style, so if she's only got a limited amount of time available, probably the single best use of her would be to get the F-35s to load up on whatever guided munitions they can carry and quickly put some guided munitions into the magazines or under construction hulls of the major German and Italian capital ships. Because if you're going to knock out all their capital ship forces with direct strikes to the magazines or the engines, that frees up. That frees up the Royal Navy to do an awful lot of other things. And that's probably the maximum you can pull off before the ship goes back through the portal. If she's stuck there permanently, then, well, do that anyway. Then go after a number of key factory targets, again using guided munitions and the F-35s. And then they'll gradually start wearing out. But once you've taken out the capital ships, the key factories, well, at that point you might as well go for broke, try and take out the leadership. And if that doesn't work, then start picking off the rest of the heavy surface units in descending order of size until the F-35 stop working, at which point dismantle the ski ramp, and hey, you have a pair of 60,000-ton fleet carriers. I'm pretty sure you can fit a lot of aircraft in them. Colin Williams reminding me about Jacques Stopskop. Right, okay, so Colin, I will give you a much more comprehensive answer. I will put that as a question in next week's Drydock. So I'll get that sort of done proper recorded style. Josh Williams, how important was the US contribution to the Battle of the Atlantic compared to the UK and the Commonwealth? Very important, and obviously grew during the war, but it comes in a slightly different format to the UK and Commonwealth contribution. So the UK and Commonwealth, obviously they had the signal, intel, decryption. For the bulk of the time they had the escorts, the sloops, corvettes, frigates, etc., and they were all running and organising the convoy system and providing the bulk of the actual ships as well. Whereas if you look at, say, the US contribution, then you've got their ability to mass manufacture things like centimetric radar, Liberty ships, later on escorts, and of course escort carriers, all that kind of stuff. So both the American and UK Commonwealth contributions were hugely important to winning the Battle of the Atlantic, but they come in fairly different formats, and things like B-24 Liberators as well for long-range air cover. N. Brown says, do yourself a favour and don't swim in a dry dock like I did. Yeah, no, I won't do that. I can only imagine the amount of filth and chemicals that are built up in most dry docks these days. Knight 6831, how many heavy cruisers, light cruisers, destroyers, corvettes and sloops do the Royal Navy actually need to fill its gap in escort ships? Well, the Royal Navy estimated that this is obviously pre-war when they were still thinking in terms of cruisers, but they estimated they needed just over 70 cruisers, and they didn't have anywhere near that many, mix of heavies and lights. They thought they might be able to just about get by with just over 50. Still didn't have even that many. in terms of corvettes, destroyers, and sloops, although numbers-wise they needed more than they needed more of them than they needed the difference in existing cruiser fleet to what they thought they needed for cruiser fleet. Those were much easier to cover because those ships cost less, can be built faster, etc. So, whilst by the time you were well into the war between various UK, Commonwealth and American shipyards, they had a reasonable enough number of escorts in terms of destroyers, corvettes and sloops. They never had enough cruisers. They were always wanting more cruisers. Jacob Moss asks, Verne's Nautilus as a concept at the time, an effective warship, or does she need locomotive torpedoes to be the monster of the seas she's portrayed as? It's a good question. I'm just going to check what year it's set in, although it shouldn't make too much of a difference. Okay, 1871. Okay, 1870s. Right, so in the 1870s, the vast majority of merchant shipping is still wooden hulled. There's some iron hull stuff around. I mean, ramming an opponent or other relatively conventional means of sinking will probably work against most small scale stuff. And I mean, even the ironclads, the undersides of their hull aren't protected. So it would be somewhat effective, but it would have to be insanely strongly built because of the fact that even if you come off the best in a ramming attack, no one ever comes off unscathed in a ramming attack. And whilst coming off with a relatively minimal amount of damage might be acceptable for a surface vessel, when you're talking about a submarine, a relatively minimal amount of damage is still not good because you can't really afford any leaks. So you'd either have to build the thing like a brick, and even then there'd still be a risk, or really, yeah, you probably want locomotive torpedoes at the very least. You can get spar torpedoes, I guess, but we all know what happened with the Hunley. So, yeah, ideally, to be as terrifying as she's made out to be, you probably want some form of ranged projectile weapon like a torpedo. Bree Hartnutter, any chance of turning down the volume in the Drydock intro so it doesn't blow out our ears on the playlists? This is a bit of an interesting one because some people in various videos complain that everything's too quiet. Other people say it's too loud. So I don't know exactly what's going on there. In terms of the audio balancing on my video editor, I think the average the average audio levels are within tolerances compared to the speech, but that may be the audio balancing messing up. I'll take a more detailed look at some point later this week when I'm doing next weekend's 5-minute guide, and see if I can see what's going on. I may have missed something because I'm so used to it. I just drop it in and I was like, okay, well, there you go. Militaristic saying the current Drydock intro is not as loud as it once was. I'm pretty sure I did drop a audio dampener on it at some point. Oh well, I'll have another look. Oh great. 2 seconds. Sorry, I just had to ask Mrs. Drack to activate my screen because, believe it or not, we've been talking long enough. 3 hours 39. Yes, okay. Well, that's useful. That tells me my screen turn off is set at the 4-hour mark because I turned my computer having just got back in, and it's now telling me the screen's about to turn off. Thank you very much, Mrs. Drack. M. Beanie asks, would the Vichy fleet in Italian hands have turned the tide in the Battle of the Mediterranean? Depends how quickly they can turn them around to reuse them. Potentially, yes, but it's not going to be using the big ships, because the one thing, one of the things the Italians have in common with the Germans is they don't have a tremendous amount of fuel. So they can't, even if they can turn around the entire Vichy French fleet pretty quickly, they're not going to be able to operate the entire Vichy French fleet and the entire Italian fleet for any significant length of time before they run themselves completely dry. But if they can if they can identify how they're going to use it in a much more targeted way, i.e., let's say, possibly put a couple of the Cavors in decommission and reserve and use the Dunkirks instead, that gives their capital ship force with the Littorios a much higher overall speed, and then they can adopt some of the better cruisers like Algérie and overall strengthen their hand. It would certainly give them a much better chance. In terms of turning the tide, the main problem is how do you do that in the Mediterranean? Because to turn the tide, you want to try and crack Alexandria or Gibraltar. Probably not going to happen even in that case. Malta is not really a problem that can be solved just because you have a few more ships. Allied convoys, potentially something you could resolve, because you can turn up with nastier and faster vessels, but running a risk of air attack still, which having the Vichy French fleet doesn't really solve, because Béarn doesn't really solve anything in that particular scenario. So it would definitely give the Italians a much bigger chance of dominating and controlling the central Mediterranean completely, but exactly how they utilize it and what ships they utilize would dictate how successful that was. And also potentially, the Royal Navy might be forced to funnel more stuff into that field. Ramal asks, are the Gatos, Balaos and Tench class boats the best submarines in World War II if you don't count flawed US torpedoes? We've got a pretty good shot. As oceanic predators, I guess, if you like, deep sea operational submarines. Yeah, overall they're probably about the best. They're not going to do, again, it's situation specific. The big US fleet subs are not going to do anywhere close to as well as they did in the Pacific if you stick them in the Mediterranean. But equally, if you take a U-class or a P-class from the Mediterranean and stick it in the Pacific, it's not going to do very well at all either. So, how do you define best submarine? Do you define it by could do best against convoys, could do best against lone merchant ships, could do best in confined and shallow waters, etc., etc.? There's a lot of the Japanese subs, qualitatively and in terms of their armament, are not half bad. They're long range, powerfully armed, got decent enough systems, it's just not used particularly well. But in balance of how they're used and their capabilities for the mission they're given, then yeah, the big US fleet boats can be argued to be one of the best. Cash Davis, do you have any alternative history videos in the works, and if so, what battle? Yes, I do, but probably not this side of Christmas, I don't think. I've got a lot of interviews to work with. I've got a lot of other content to work with as well. So, yeah, there is one or two alternative history ones in the runnings, but not in the absolute immediate, not in the next few months. Simic Magic, what kind of cruisers did they want? Ideally the Royal Navy wanted things, well, there's two phases to that. Ideally, the Royal Navy would have preferred everybody to stick to somewhere between a 5 and 7,000 ton cruiser, because they could build an awful lot of those. So you're talking about something on the lines of the Narathusa, because they could build an awful lot of those relatively cheaply and flood the world with them. But in the event, with the treaty battleships and everything, they are going to have... treaty limits on cruisers, they're going to have to settle for wanting a lot of something like the Towns, or something similar thereunto. They did want to restart heavy cruiser production because they felt they're falling a bit behind on that compared to others. But yeah, ideally they want rapid-fire 6-inch armed commerce protection cruisers more than anything else. Quinn the Q asks, did anyone ever create a shipcraft carrier, like a mothership that could redeploy PT-type boats and recover them? Is it workable or just a crazy thought? Yes, in terms of... That was actually a thing. In the latter part of the 19th century, some capital ships carried dedicated torpedo craft, usually only one. Others would carry ship's boats that, in theory, some of them could be used as second-class torpedo craft, although that was very marginal. In World War II, one of the Hilfskreuz was able to carry an S-boat. I think a second one was also designed for it, but didn't really deploy it. And in terms of like a full-on carrier type, yes, there were attempts to, at the end of the 19th century, kind of the beginning of the 20th, there were attempts to build exactly that kind of thing, where you would have a mothership that carried multiple torpedo boats, and the idea would that would overcome the short-range nature of the torpedo boats, because then you could sail it around and deploy the torpedo boats from it to carry out their mission, and then they'd come back and be hauled back on board. Although necessarily they weren't first-class torpedo boats, but if you, say, wanted to launch an attack on a enemy harbour that was on the other side of an ocean, a sea, or maybe the English Channel, then you could basically... The idea, at least, was you could have a few of these pick up, and they'd pick up a couple of dozen torpedo boats and sail across, drop them off, do their thing, and then come back again. Super 64, my question is, would a finalised Plan Z have changed anything, and would it have been a serious threat to the Royal Navy? As I said before with Plan Z, would it have changed anything? Yeah, the Germans would have run out of fuel hilariously quickly. Which would have been quite amusing. Also, half the stuff they wanted to build was beyond the reach of their industry. So a completed Plan Z would be very interesting, in as much as everyone would be trying to figure out how the heck they'd actually managed it. Would it have been a serious threat to the RN? In theory, yes. But again, the RN's not going to sit back and do nothing. A completed Plan Z would require, assuming everything magically hand-wavily goes perfectly, peacetime running till 1944-45, if not later, and that gives the Royal Navy plenty of time to respond and build up their fleet to be even bigger to correspond to any Plan Z force. This thing, in that kind of environment, everybody reacts to everybody else. Charlie Spur asks, would you rather be a submariner or a frogman in the Kriegsmarine in World War One? Frogman. If there's one thing I do not want to be in either World War, it's a German submariner. The casualty rates are ridiculous. And yes, I know frogman is not exactly the world's most most safe occupation, but I'd still take that over, yeah, U-boat crew. No, they did a lot of... The US did a lot of interesting things. Surviving was usually not one of them. Fanderson UFO asks, so we're hoping you'll read a passage of Jules Verne in a new vid as well. Well, people did seem to like that time when I read a passage out of War of the Worlds, so if people want me to read a passage out of Jules Verne at some point, I'm not opposed to it. You just have to tell me which one. and get enough people to agree on it. Michael McLeod. Hi, I wondered if the Allies had let Germany keep the High Seas Fleet and their liners after World War One, could this have reduced tensions enough to stop World War Two while leaving Germany with an obsolete fleet? Not really. I mean, the loss of their fleet didn't help their pride, but most of their pride was tied up with the army and the whole stab in the back theory, which doesn't really hold that much weight, considering that by the end of the 100 Days Offensive, the Germans were well on their way into full-on retreat. I mean, it would have acted as a bit of a money drain, which would have meant it was more difficult for the Germans to rearm, but yeah, it would have taken a little bit of the edge off some of it, but no, it's not going to stop World War II, because the underlying root causes of World War II have run far deeper than just whether or not Germany has a navy. Fushi Smith says, is Mrs. Drac a ghost? The only evidence we have of her existence is a disembodied voice and possibly a talking sea mine. I can assure you she is very much not a ghost, but she has decided for the moment that she does not wish to appear on camera. So she's not appearing on camera. Yeah. You know, I mean, it took me a while to persuade myself to appear on camera, and, you know, I'm the one who actually does the channels. There you go. Knight 6831, how likely is it that Mutsu's 25-year-old wiring was the cause of the fire that ignited number 3 16.1-inch magazine? It's possible, but I would say it's possible, but I'd say relatively unlikely. Most, even late 1910s designs had the sense to, if they were going to have electrical systems within the magazine, which, you know, lighting and stuff you didn't need, they usually had the sense to put them in places where if they did cause issues, they wouldn't, you know, just immediately set fire to the place, because that's bad. There's a bunch of different competing theories to what exactly obviously caused Mutsu's magazine to explode. In theory, yes, an electrical fire could do it, but I'd be highly surprised if the Japanese had been that careless, both in design and in you know, letting it spread to the point where you could blow up an entire battleship. Then again, USS Maine blew up because of coal fire, most likely, so who knows? Grego saying Hunley didn't sink because of her spar torpedo. Depends which time you're talking about in terms of when Hunley sank. It's probable that the spar torpedo didn't help with the shockwave, springing leaks and stuff. Spar torpedoes generally are not good things to stick on subs at all, because they're far more vulnerable to the shockwaves. Fushi Smith says, also tell her we appreciate her letting us have so much of your time. Mrs. Drac, the viewers say that they appreciate you letting them have so much of my time. She nods approvingly. I feel like the narrator in a RPG. Yeah, does that make you Mrs. Drac an NPC and you lot are the gaming party?
I can live with that.
Interesting thought. Jacob Moss, hey Drac, what do you think of the pre-World War II proto-heavy cruisers like the Austrian attempt with 3 twin 8-inch-ish fun turrets? Are they viable or not? It's not a particular reason they wouldn't be viable. I mean, Blucher is on a bit of a grander scale, but it shows that, you know, a ship armed entirely with twin approximately heavy cruiser grade gun turrets is entirely feasible. Before that, you know, things like the Warrior and Minotaur class cruisers show that you can have a armoured cruiser that's covered in turreted guns, if not necessarily all centerline arranged like they should be for a heavy cruiser. But you could... The concept is there. It's not a ridiculous one, and certainly something that could be made to work. They just need to, refine things a little bit. Jake Miller, it's nearly lunchtime where you live. That's cute. It's 4 minutes to midnight. Well, no, is it? No, it's 4 minutes to 1. Oh my goodness. Fancy your gain is low. No, I think that's probably me fading off to sleep. Aluminium Fence says you're the dungeon master. Yes, apparently I am. Now, that is a dangerous thing. That is a dangerous bit of power to give. Brian Nicholas, do you read any of the historical naval fiction, like the Rampage novels, Bolitho or Aubrey-Maturin? I used to. These days, pretty much all my time is spent reading naval history books when it comes to reading books about naval stuff. I got through most of the Master and Commander series and all of the Hornblower series and a few others, but so yeah, there's only so many hours in the day, and now that I do naval history full time, if I'm going to be doing something casually, then I will be doing something else, like building and painting models, airsoft, medieval reenactment, anything like that. Just so I've got a variety of things going on. Or occasionally, playing RPG games where we accidentally end up murdering a decent part of Tzeentch's essence because we are little murder hobos when it comes to 40k. Oh dear. Aluminium Fence says Mrs. Drax should take up voice acting. Yeah, she's not half bad at that, actually. Charlie Spur, the main was in port when it exploded. Surely there were survivors that would have mentioned an out-of-control coal fire. Some of the survivors' testimony is partly what the coal fire theory is based on. It's just that at the time it was a lot more convenient to immediately blame Spain, and well, it was mostly convenient for William Randolph Hearst to conveniently blame Spain. So yeah, that's basically where it stood. Plus, obviously, investigation of the wreck, and also when we're talking coal fires, we're not talking about the entire bunker looking like a boiler furnace. We're talking about low-level smouldering, just generating a lot of heat, which wasn't hugely out of place or uncommon at that time. Fushi Smith asking, how are finances going since you got laid off? And are you doing okay, or are we going to lose you to a real job in the future? Well, I actually left. Basically, well, to be honest, I jumped before I could. I jumped before I could be pushed. I was going to be let go in the next few months anyway, so I just decided to leave on my own terms. But no, between the channel and Patreon, it's, well, as you can see, it's keeping the lights on. I'm not going anywhere anytime soon, as long as things keep going as they are. For the channel, then for the foreseeable future, you're stuck with me doing this full time. Which, is pretty much my dream career. It's like I get to talk about naval history, I get to do naval history, I get to visit all sorts of places to do with naval history, and people listen to me, which, what more can you ask for if you like naval history? Plus, I'm my own boss, which is great. If I want to start work late, I have to have a very, very serious conversation with myself about my work ethic and whether or not I, as my boss, I'm going to grant myself as Drac permission to sleep in. But of course, if I sleep in, then my boss is also sleeping in, and if my boss is sleeping in, well, he can't then criticize me for sleeping in because he's doing it as well. so it all works out. Drac the boss and Drac the worker seem to agree on everything, and yeah, if that means I get to have a lie-in one day and get up early the next day and do something crazy like sit around and talk to people for 4 hours until 1 o'clock in the morning on another day, then so be it. If there's one thing I've learned in however much over a decade it's been of working in various offices, both for private and public industry, in fact well over a decade, it's that I hate office politics with a vengeance. So as long as I can stay away from it, the better. Oh, thank you, JPDT19, referring me to the Hamburg Naval History Museum. That would be cool, especially because these days I might even be able to make it over there. Right, I think we should probably wrap this up because I am beginning to fade out a little bit. Thank you, John Rodriguez. Mrs. Drac obviously has her own field of expertise and her own areas of work as well, so there is also that that we can that helps support everything. She's very good at what she does, even if I don't know half of what she does because it is a mystery to me. Knight 6831, if the Audacious class survived until the 1980s, does 1989 sound about right for their retirement given the F4Ks went in 1990? If you can somehow keep Ark Royal going, yeah, then sure. I mean, you'd probably have to give her a complete and utter overhaul around about the time they decom Eagle. Basically rip out almost everything on Eagle that still works and replace everything that's on Ark Royal. That might get her through to the end of the 80s. But you'd really be pushing it at that point. Dylan Glasberg, and that means no Drac Workers' Revolution. I suppose I could revolt against myself. But then I'd know my own strategies, so it'd be very difficult. Workers unite, you have nothing to lose but yourselves? That'd be interesting. Aluminium Fence says, Drac, at least it's not retail. Oh, I've worked retail. I've worked retail. I've worked fast food. There's a reason that I'm very nice to people like cab drivers and, supermarket workers and the poor person stuck up 2 in the morning in a McDonald's drive-through ordering menu section. I've been there. I know exactly what it's like. The last thing you need is some entitled idiot showing up when you really, really just want to crawl into a corner and sleep. Be nice to them. They're usually all right. Frank Sposato, are you a fan of cavalry charges in history, and would you ever like to do one in medieval reenactment? I am a fan of them. I've never tried to ride at speed in armour, so I'd have to try that first and see what happens. I'll get back to you. Captain Seafort, you often describe Indefatigable's armour as poor due to thinning abreast end magazines. Why wasn't this a serious problem for the Cats scheme, which you described as decently protected? One, it depends on which particular of the Splendid Cats you're talking about. So Lion, Princess Royal, Queen Mary, Tiger. Lion and Princess Royal have roughly the same armour layout, but Queen Mary and Tiger somewhat different. So each individual thing you have to consider on their own merits. The other thing is... the reason I'm particularly picky about Indefatigable's armour is that whilst, yes, the Splendid Cats do theoretically have some vulnerabilities at either end to heavy shells, at close medium ranges, they've got vulnerabilities all over the place, and it's still only 9 inches of armour midships. But the armour that they have either end of that is somewhat thicker. Now, the reason I particularly pick on the Indefatigables is because, you know, neither the German or British battlecruisers was especially well suited to fight other capital ships of the same size. Now, you might think, oh no, the Germans are much better suited. No, they weren't, because the British were probably not protected enough. The Germans, because of the British larger guns, still weren't protected enough, and they didn't have, because they carried the extra armour and they needed the speed, they couldn't carry the heavy enough guns to exploit fully the thinner British armour. You know, 9 inches of armour would not be any protection against a 13.5 inch shell at medium ranges, but it would offer solid protection against an 11-inch shell and okayish protection against a 12. So neither side really had anything that was configured brilliantly for taking on the other. But the original role of battlecruisers, remember, was to take on regular cruisers without suffering too much damage. And the Splendid Cats could do that. Even their thinner armour at either end, if they sat at medium to medium long range and pounded away at an armoured cruiser, that armour would just about protect them. The Indefatigables didn't even have that. The Indefatigables basically were vulnerable at their ends over the magazines to exactly the kind of lesser ship they were designed to kill in the first place, which, you know, puts it another level beyond that. Fushi Smith, why do engineers always have to make life miserable for mechanics? They go out of their way to make everything difficult to work on. Depends on the type of engineer. I like to make things, to be honest, as an engineer, my approach is make something so solid and durable that it won't need a mechanic to ever work on it, because it would take the literal end of the world to break it. But that ends up costing money, and, you know, people don't like it. I mean, to be fair, the first project I did at university was probably a little bit over the top, considering that they asked us to design a modern sports facility, and I gave it 3-meter thick walls. At which point the instructor said, you're supposed to be building a sports facility, not a nuclear bunker. And to be honest, even most nuclear bunkers don't have walls 3 meters thick, so please stop. But that's I come from the school of thought from engineering of, if you drop it and it breaks, you didn't do a good enough job. And I don't care what it was, it shouldn't have broken. But there you go. Ramal says, do a video together with the USS New Jersey YouTube channel. I really, really want to. I've been holding out on that, trying to get over to the United States, but the US government won't let me, so I might have to do a remote video with them again. I might have to do a remote video with them, otherwise I'm going to be waiting till next year. Right, okay. I'm going to do 2 more questions and then we're going to wrap it up. Let's have a look. Casper Terhietbrink, I think, says, would the Kido Butai have been more powerful if Kaga had been Amagi? Yes, for several reasons. Amagi would have been larger, so it would have been a more capable carrier overall. And secondly, as a converted battlecruiser, as compared to a converted battleship, Amagi would have been faster. So obviously keeping up with Akagi, her sister ship, which would have given the Kido Butai overall, as long as they don't bring Hosho along for the ride, a higher overall average speed, as opposed to Cargo, which was a little bit of a sort of anchor around the ankle for the Kido Butai, because as long as she was along, they couldn't go much faster than the high 20s of knots. Which was a little bit of a problem. And finally, USS Grey Ghost. If one country or another had kept a Bayern in active service, what would a fully modernised Bayern look like? Also, what would one look like if it was given a Cavor style rebuild? Well, that pretty much is a fully modernised Bayern. It depends who keeps them in service, really. Because if you're talking about the Italians, well, they're going to give it a Conte de Cavour style rebuild. Probably strip out most of the secondary battery, give it some 90mm and some 6-inch, and ramp the speed up massively. If the British have it and they decide to modernise it, well, look at Queen Elizabeth and Valiant. So Queen Anne's Mansion's superstructure, 4.5-inch secondaries, etc. And if the US gets hold of it, well, given that the standards received small refit, relatively speaking, small refits and modernisations as they went, it's probably not, apart from, actually I'm still going to have tripod masts, it's probably not going to look dramatically different, apart from maybe some 5-inch 25 caliber AA guns at the outbreak of World War II. Although if it does then get modernised, then, well, look at the World War II modernisations of the standards they did. So it'd be massive bulges, scrap all the secondaries in favour of twin 5-inch 38s, and, you know, big bits of building up the superstructure a bit more to support radar. So, yeah. 12 minutes past 1 in the morning. I will not eat sea butter, and I will see you all in another video at some point. We are less than 12 hours away from the release of the Drydock, which I can now say is, at least UK time, going to be later today. So yeah, see you all later, and at some point when I wake up later today, I will keep working on Wednesday's video. So see you then. Bye bye. Thank you for watching.